three different conversions. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna go on ahead and go in here and mess around in here. Uh, and I may end up having to change my title and say bonus stuff. And it's all about you actually. Now I'm only a hour in. Now you think I may go on ahead and go longer if I know people coming in here and support me. If you're not, then I cut off at 2 hours. That's my cutoff point. I know if I come in here and do 5 hours of streaming, that's a lot. That's like me at work. And what am I getting out the deal? A follow, which is fine. I appreciate the follow, but I have to be able to get paid. See my point? Just like you come in, I mean, same as you. If you're doing something, you want to get paid. That's just the way it goes. Oh shoot, I picked the wrong thing. Yeah, it's not supposed to attach to this truck. I gotta get the other truck. I was supposed to switch trucks because I'm. Oh well, no, I'm gonna go in and grab this and see what this invisible thing works. I have to let the game do its thing because sometimes you can press too many buttons and it'll break the game. So give me a minute. I'm gonna give it a minute to do its thing or whatever. And then for a minute, I had to take this. I had to cut this thing off because it's been on all day. Yesterday it was on all day. Even though I went out and had to pick up, I only went to two places. I mean, one place. I went to pick up my son. No, I went to two places. I dropped off my kids at school. I think I did. I know I dropped them off Tuesday. I mean Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. I had to drop them off. Yeah, I had to drop them off, both of them. I mean, all three of them. Because the bus didn't show up. Then the other one, he catches the bus, but it was just too bad out there. So I try to be a dad as much as I can. Money ain't everything, like I keep trying to tell y'all. Money is not everything. If you got kids, you need to be in front of your kids. I'm in front of my kids as much as I can. If I'm working, I can get off the stream. I can actually go into be right back mode. I can cut this stream at any time I want. My son say, "Oh, I'm ready to go." I cut the stream. That's more important than the stream. See my point? Just being straight up and honest, you know. And that's another reason why I try to do a lot of this stuff early in the morning where it doesn't conflict anything else I'm doing. I be a little tired, but I'm gonna be tired regardless of. I go to work tired. I can't count how many times. I don't even know how much sleep I actually get. But I'm not behind the wheel, so I don't care. And there's been times I've been tired, but I'm on a line where I really don't have to be coherent. I really don't. And those folks be drunk sometimes. They be high sometimes. They be incoherent. Why? Because they that's what they need in order to get through the day, which is bad. But sometimes that's what you got to do. It's just a bad situation. When you got to work and you got to work and do something that you don't want to do and you have to do because you got to pay your bills. You know, you got to take care of yourself and take care of your responsibilities. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. So I'm waiting on this thing to actually show up. I may go on ahead and I need to. I don't know why my and I need to plug this phone up. Yeah, I need to plug this phone up. Give me a minute. which I should have had it already plugged up, but that's my fault. I had it plugged up, but you know how that is, how things go. And my thing still ain't looping. I don't know what it's doing. Let's see. And this is probably about the most I've talked. Most I've talked. Because normally I don't talk. I'm normally streaming. I'm normally in my zone doing my thing. Man, I got 68 followers. I appreciate that. We about to hit the 70 mark already. Well, you know what? I'll be at 100. You know why? Because I'm open. I'm open for success. You have to be open for success. If you're not, you're not gonna get nothing. You know. I was just listening to my wife's messages. She was on her phone, so she was on Instagram, and the lady was trying to advertise their food business. That girl was excited. Why? Cause she see the vision. She see the opportunity, and they already built. They building places all over. They, oh my God, they doing their thing. I mean, that's what it's about. You have to do your thing out here. You know. All right, let me see. I may have to do something else. Is that the only? Okay, this is. I know that's the cargo that goes in the back of the truck. Okay, there it is. That's the dump right there. I don't know where. This must be my other one. So that's why I said I had a load already, and all I had to do is buy it. You know. Okay. Now, last time I tried to do this, it was sort of crazy, and I need to unlock the rest of my my because this is at the garage, so I don't know why I didn't purchase other garages, and I probably did. It's just that this is a old um this is an old profile, so some of my stuff is already, I had already unlocked a lot of this stuff. So, and I ain't got much money. That's why I couldn't unlock. I see what I did. I have the penny pinch. That's a real business person. So now I'm gonna actually, let's see where am I at. Okay, I'm gonna switch out that truck. See how this truck do. I still may build another truck for uh may do the car hauling. I mean, I don't know. Don't quote me on it. I mean, a lot of times I have to just go along with the way I'm doing things. Um, I don't know why my thing isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Please follow and share. And I'm just putting this up here because I already have it actually looping. It just won't do it now. It's just weird. Thing just acting weird. See my track R? That's why I like to use the track R because then I won't have to use my flight stick to as the that's my camera. So now I just go around. I spent a lot of money on this thing. This thing was $150. I hate to even announce how much it is now since I bought it. And I had, well, it's taking me more than that because I paid 35 for the Pro piece that goes on the side of my headset. It comes with the clip for your hat because I usually wear a hat. That's why you see me with the hat on occasionally. It's 7:07. Before you know it, I'll be going out, drop my son off. So I'm trying to just, I try to go as far as I can go, and then I try to get sleep in between. Yesterday was nice. Me and my wife, we spent a little time together. We ate breakfast, steak and eggs. That was cool. I appreciate that. You know, um, you have to appreciate those little things. You know, I'm not just on here messing around because I'm working. I'm actually working. This is like me actually working at the job. But the difference is between this work. Let's see how my now if I had my webcam up, then I would be driving the truck. Oh, I forgot that doesn't work. I have it off. I gotta change the button. Okay, so which button am I gonna use it for this time? I just thought about that too. When I had changed that, I was like, man, I'm gonna have to create another button, and I can create one because now watch this. Now watch how I can do things now. Let's see. Oh, I can turn this into that now. Ha! Y'all didn't see that. Y'all didn't know that was coming. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Somebody then came in here and followed. I appreciate that. Look like Type One Skiffany Gaming. Appreciate it. And all the other people that have followed, I appreciate that. It's so many of y'all just now. Y'all just hit me. Now I'm at 69. It's awesome. It's awesome. You know. And look, the modifiers. Look at this. Now these are modifiers. I gotta see what I can use these buttons for. These oh my god, it's just so much that can be done now in this game now. It's just it's complementing all my controls and stuff. I just wish I had enough USB ports, and I have like little USB connections and stuff like that, but a lot of that stuff can't handle the board. Can't the board can't handle it. So when you word into or wise, I'm gonna let y'all know. Uh, just letting you know, don't put a whole lot of stuff on your PC. Learn from me. I mean, learn. Take it from me. My computer is fortunately still running. It's fortunate because I put it through madness. I mean, I put it through pure hell because it's always running. If I'm not on here doing some stuff, I'm always doing something. Now, I would have made that axle. I'm gonna have to change that around. I'm gonna have to change that and put it in the front. But we gonna see if we can. I need to transport uh, my so-called trailer. I need to take that and move it somewhere else. So I need to take it over here. And I think I'm over here. At Fort Collins. I forgot where I'm at. Where is my truck at? I forgot where my truck is. Okay, I'm in Fort Collins. Okay. I told you, it don't, yeah. I think I've been up too long. You know. But this is another way of actually getting to my other audiences that I can't reach out to if I'm asleep. So now I started changing the game. I mean, I get in, and that's why I don't really have a schedule. Um, I may put on my schedule anytime. So just be mindful when I put anytime, because I think somebody actually did that, and I may do that. I may say anytime. You don't know when I'm on a stream. You gotta catch up with me. You gotta You need to hit the notification tab in order to keep up with me, because you don't know when I'm gonna stream. I don't have a schedule for streaming. I really don't. I can stream anytime I want. I can stream. I've actually could stream an hour before I go to work if I needed to go and do it. If I really wanted to do it, you know, because a lot of the time I'm tossing and turning anyway, so I might as well be doing something. You know, if the Charlie horses ain't kicking in or my sciatica ain't kicking in, or I got to go and piss like a racehorse, it doesn't matter. You know, so okay, let's go take this and put it at Fort Collins, and I need to make it private. Private. I forgot how I came across this load, because a lot of people didn't think that the dump trucks would be something that somebody wanted. I got another dump truck that was built by a Paystar, and I forgot to put it in here. I'm about to put it in here. Watch this. I'm about to put it in here because I wanted to drive that too, because I haven't got a chance to drive it in months. But I wanted to showcase this one because I paid for it. I paid for both of them. I paid a lot of money for both of those. For all three of these trucks. It's just, I didn't pay top dollar, but I paid enough, you know, to really strike a nerve if I need to. At the time, my money was funny. It's still funny. It's just, I know that I could, if I'm gonna buy something, I'm going to advertise what I done bought. I'm gonna showcase what I done bought. Why? Because I don't have no, that's, once I get to a certain plateau, it won't even matter. They gonna pay me. I'm gonna get paid regardless of. If you join me, I had a post about that I'm gonna start posting again. If you join me, I'm gonna get paid. If you don't join me, I'm still gonna get paid. Regardless of, I'm still gonna get paid. If I go to work, I'm gonna get paid. As long as I'm connected to some money source, I'm gonna get paid. Now, trading time for money, that's what work is. That's the way it is. That's what I'm doing here until it hit the ground running and I get where I want to be. That's just the way it goes. So there's a Paystar, which I think they made it similar to the 9400. So I think they should have separated it. I understood what they was doing, you know, but sometimes you have to actually separate the variances from each other. It's a lot of work, but it pays off in time. That's what Frank Peru did. And anybody else that built dump trucks. Was it JV Mods? I got a 9500 from him. Awesome. Awesome truck. Awesome. And it's work in progress. I was able to change the color on it. I was able to add more engines in it because I added more engines. He made sure I could be able to put engines in it. Beautiful. Beautiful truck. You know. And, and technically it was an actual load for, I don't know if it actually, I think that may have been his actual truck. Because I know Jazzy Cat had a Sterling. That's what it is. It was a Sterling 9500. That thing is awesome. I don't give a care what nobody say. I'm about to show you it. It's awesome. There it is. I don't know why I have it both in here twice, but it happens. But GV Mods, awesome. Did an awesome job to this truck. I don't care what nobody say. If you actually putting pen to paper and you trying, it ain't a matter of time. You gonna do better. You gonna do better. I don't care what somebody else say. You gonna do better. And you have to. It takes time to figure this stuff out. I actually streamed an actual messing around with a truck just like this. I actually got the color to show up on the truck. It was a lot of freaking work, and I still didn't get that truck updated. I had to buy the truck from him because I couldn't. I just couldn't get it together, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Um, I'm about to show you another truck that I got. It was a 6900. This is from Borman's. Yeah, Borman's Performance. Now he has another truck that I could have bought, a Titan. I bought it from what's it? What's the name of them? Heavy Duty Customs. I bought it from them, which I think I would have bought. I would have better had a better deal if I bought it from him. You know, but that's just, I mean, I have to share the wealth. I mean, I don't make a lot of money, but I do put my money where it needs to be. You know, I wasn't worried about him getting rich off me and things of that nature. I mean, he's bringing a service, just like I'm serving. You know, when you're bringing a service, you have to be paid. That's just the way it goes. These models is not cheap. They cost a lot of freaking money, and I actually showcased that information. Um, I might have to I'm gonna figure out how to actually, because this they say that you can upload videos on Twitch or rerun videos and stuff like that. I gotta figure that out. No, where that 6900? There's another. No, it's a 5900. There it is. JV Mods. I bought this one too. There's another truck that I bought. Now watch this. There's another truck. Now this is in a. Was this the 49? Is this the 4900? I forgot what it is. It's not the 4900, but it is the 4900. Now see, here go another dump truck that I got. And a lot of these trucks, they come from a lot of my their edits. Some of them are edits, and they don't take the credit for the edits. They just go in and edit the truck, and and it is what it is. Um, you have to understand that. You have to understand business. Um, they don't have to really show their talent. That's what people don't really understand until it's too late. You know. All right, so let me see. I'm gonna bring this down here. So that box I'm gonna leave up. So it's gonna increase priority over those. Okay, now there's another dump truck in here. I'm trying to find it. Play the pay star. Where's it at? And I'm so glad SES had created this. There it is. There it is. I think that's it. Yep. I think this is it. Let me look at this one. Oh, this. Let me see. Is this it? This may be it right here. May have to put both of them in there. I hate to do that. It may cause some freaking conflict. I think this is the one I was supposed to put in here. I should have reworded it. I'll try it. I just try it. It don't matter. I just know it has a dump truck bed on it. But I would think that sometimes you may have to actually create a separate, just like I said, you mooch off of somebody else's talent. You copy the right cat, like they say. Because, it's plenty. I mean, why not share ideas? Why not be fair about letting people see what you're doing? and helping them get where they trying to get to, because it's gonna set you up for better things. Yeah. They started coming out with these shifters for the game. Somebody else had created it. They started out. I give them their accolades because I still got theirs in there and it still worked. You know, CSIO. At the time, they was doing good. They just got they over delivered and they over promised. So they didn't have the support to cover the workload. So a lot of people badmouth them and say, "Oh well, they ain't legit." I still have their shifter and it still works. I don't give a care what nobody say. It still works, and I run this thing through madness. I mean, with this setup is always being used, always. You know, and I got an extension on this boy because I got an extension and it's a steel extension attached to it's a Workstar. No, it's a Thurstmaster TH8 shifter. So it's a metal shifter, which I have another shifter that goes to my G27 wheel. Now that's what I got. This stuff is robust. My other little toy, I got the Railmaster. That cost me $250 of hard money. I'm talking about I took out my kids' miles to put it towards a goal to be able to bring. So, what else you think is fair? You think I shouldn't be on here streaming? Yeah, I need to be getting paid for what I done already off my return. That's what it's about. I got to get paid off my return. Okay, so that's people have to really, really understand that. And sometimes they just don't. You know. All right, so it's already attached. I ain't got to pull up to it. Now watch this. Now the load is already on there, which that's why I like to have the cover on top, because you never know what's under there if you put the cover on top. But I know guys that actually created it where the truck is empty. All of a sudden they pull up and they hook up to the trailer or whatever, the load, and all of a sudden the truck is loaded with the stuff in there. It's all about the coding. If once you get into the coding, and SES allowed you to do it, they allowed us to do that. That's why you see all the errors and stuff. They allow you to do it, but they are still going to say, okay, well, our game was not made for mods, so you still got to deal with that. So if it breaks something, you got to deal with that. Okay? Now, the funny thing about this, I like how I can lift my suspension up. Beautiful. I can drop the truck. I'm going to drop the axle down. I know I'm probably heavy as crap, but I ain't even really, the weight ain't even really on the truck yet until I actually get the load. But it's already simulated. So why not, and I'm going to see if the external contracts actually show. Now look at it. Limestone. It actually shows up. So if I actually got real if I actually corresponded it properly and got the limestone, then it would look like it was limestone in there. Just like I said, it's all about the scripting. Okay? It's all about the scripting. Now, I may leave this stream up, and then, when I take him to school or whatever, until SES do their little thing, I may go ahead and showcase that. I don't know. It's just all about how I feel about it. I'm gonna see if these external contracts work, and if it does, then that's gonna be awesome too. Okay, it doesn't work. So, but imagine if it did. That's why I said, imagine if it did. I don't put nothing past this game. This game has gotten further and further ahead. You know. All right. So let's see where I'm at. Okay, I'm gonna change this to limestone. Hopefully, I can find limestone because I want to change. I want to make sure it's in harmony with the same thing. Now, that other truck, I'm not gonna get it yet. I'm gonna wait until I got things stable with this one because that's why I said this truck is more stable than any truck that I've dealt with when it comes out of dump truck. JV Mods has one. I know his was $20, and I think I paid $20 for those two trucks. That's why I bought them. It was $20. I think my my buddy has supported me in getting it, so he met me halfway, so it didn't cost me nothing. You know, other than half the price. So that's the way it worked for me. That's why I said support. Just like I was in a streamer, a firefighter stream, and he's probably probably following me now, and he was on leave. He's been on on disability so many years. Trying to get back out here in the workforce. I had to do the same thing. I was down for 3 years. Nobody knew about it. Nobody knew about it. Nobody knew what I had to go through. I went through 2 surgeries on my wrist. So you think I'm gonna go and I'm dealing with sciatica for the rest of my life. Plus I had to take B12 injections the rest of my life. So I have a B12 deficiency. Does it stop me from doing what I want to do? No, it doesn't. Also, I have vitiligo. Now you get a chance to see why you see my face. Oh, why he has the spots on you? Yeah, that's vitiligo. Yeah, if you do your research, you'll find out what vitiligo is all about. So you got a lot of people out here that are inspired through taking care of themselves or going through whatever it takes for them to survive. So they don't worry about it. They don't worry about it. So now I'm gonna change this part, and that's what I wanted to change. Now I might have to ask him to do is I wish he would have put scrolls back here, or at least made it where I can add lights back here. This light, these lights are alright, but you need more lights back here. These should have been scrolls, or at least where you. And I know somebody that actually, now that one pay star I got, I think it's scripted like that. I'm sure it is. It's scripted like that. But that's why I said it's only so much. This got warnings up there, but it's not as bad as some. But that's why you have to make sure when you're doing certain things outside of the game, you have to make sure you just got to be crystal clear about it. I got to pay attention to this time. 7:30. Okay, my son gonna be getting up in a minute. I need to take a break real quick. Give me a minute. I need to switch this out, and I'm gonna have to fire my truck up because I know it's nice and cold out there. So I want to switch this over to limestone so it at least simulates properly. I wish I could have put a cover over it. That's what he should have been able to do. But limestone will work. Alright, so I'm not going to put the be right back sign up there. I'm just going to fire the truck up, let y'all see it, let y'all hear it run, let it warm up, and I'll be right back. about to do, and I may have to go in and just. I'm not gonna get off the stream. I'm gonna go in and probably what's the name up. I don't have no. Do I have any screenshots? I don't even think so. Leave the stream up. Probably leave the truck like it is. I don't know. My videos. Old videos. Give me a minute, y'all. Let me see what I can do. That's what I could do. Give me a minute. Yeah, I'll make an added bonus for y'all. I'm gonna go to all my old videos and let y'all see them. CATS, where they at? At least give y'all something to look at while I'm gone. American Truck Simulator, that's empty. I had to take some of them out because I had so many of them, and I ended up posting a lot of it on my platforms. All right, come on. And then y'all probably wouldn't believe it. I got look at all these hard drives I got. Technically, by default, you only supposed to have 2. The computer only allows you to have 2. I actually went into the settings and got added these in here. That's why I said I do a lot of stuff, off the grid. The only thing I made a mistake was this drive supposed to have been over here. My operating system should have been on this one instead of this one. So I just used it as my mod. What's the name? Let's see if I can. And a lot of these drives are like 1 terabyte. I got one that's 5 terabyte, but I got so much stuff, and that's just the way it be. I'm gonna let y'all see that. Best I could do until I get back. So I'll let y'all check that out, and I'll be right back. All right, hope y'all enjoy the show. I don't know if I can take this thing through a loop thing.
time to hit the road. then turn left.
figure out how to loop these videos. Last time I had it looping, I don't have to figure that out. Or I might have pressed the button and didn't even do it right. Yeah, it's supposed to be random. It's supposed to be random, a random video. I don't know why it just didn't show up right. We had to figure that out later. I might have messed up on this one. Yeah, because all it shows is me starting, getting ready to start. Sorry about that. Alright. Try to see if I can. I'm trying to see what other videos I had still in here. Got so many of them. View, extra large, and I'll be able to see. So now y'all get a chance to see some other stuff that I'll be doing. So I know I might have to take my other two kids to school. I'm not sure. So I don't know. I may do something. I don't know. Let me see if I got anything else. Downloads. That ain't even an actual download anymore. Delete that. I was trying to find the video that I was telling y'all about. Let's look at this. That's That's why I said the DLCs work. I mean, and well, this is when I was doing the event, so I shouldn't have had a problem with um, I shouldn't have had a problem with going into the external contracts because I was, I didn't check to see if it worked, but I didn't go to the online thing. So now you get a chance to see the stuff that I normally have to go through, to set up the stream, to make sure all the sound is right, So this is a bonus. I mean, I normally don't have time to actually show all this, So I'm showing all the well-kept secrets, which ain't, I mean, secrets to streaming, because a lot of our my followers are actual streamers. So now they get a chance to really see another game that they can stream, possibly in this room, because this game is cross-play. I mean, it's awesome. Yeah. So. Yeah, but next time I'm gonna make sure that video actually, I'll make sure I have a video long enough for me to come back. It should have been long enough, but this probably would have been a perfect one. But, I still probably will still do. Cause I may go on ahead and since they're gonna be on the stream.
Let's go.
I technically turned down the sound. Now watch this. Now watch me be able to get the lows. And that's all I'm saying. If I'm able to get the lows here, then evidently something. I mean, they had to do something to where I could not get any other lows. So they may fix it based on the see, that's the external contract. And in order for me to thanks for the 2 followers. Appreciate it. ST Gaming and Zach Cole 305. Appreciate it.
Time to hit the road. Stay left. Stay right.
plan, so I didn't have to drop them on. So they bus ended up driving right past me. The new driver, I guess. Crazy. Makes no sense. Alright, right after this video, then I'm gonna go on ahead and get back in here. Didn't want to be wasting y'all time. Make sure my kids was together. But yesterday, the darn bus, I'm going to get my one son. The other bus driver and dropped him all the way around the corner. I told you these drivers getting to be fools every time. Understand it? I need to get me something to eat. I'll be right back.
straight. Turn left.
There's a bus coming right there.
Turn left.
Elko.
Turn right. Turn left.
Oh, yeah, I can Yes, it will.
Finally, we are here.
You see how that run went? I was able to reap the benefit from the from the event. So something's wrong. I don't know what it is. Somebody done hit the switch or something. Cause all I'm supposed to be able, I was supposed to be able to finish that the event. So that's a perfect example of why somebody been messing around, messing my thing up. All right, I'll take a break from that. I'm switch back over to gameplay. I need to see when they gonna. Well, it's supposed to be 10 o'clock. So what time is it? It's almost 9 o'clock. So they should have a. Let's see. Before I get back in here. I mean, SCS software. I'm probably gonna look on Twitch. I know they gotta have a notification, and but that's normally where the platform that they normally hang out at. You're probably gonna be at both anyway. Okay, 19 hours ago, 2 hours ago. See, they've been doing all kinds of live streams. All right, give me a minute. know. I mean, well, he know what it is. All right, let's get back in here. Yeah. What am I doing? Um, my stream is late.
Twix with cookie. Kinda makes you wonder which came
Trying to see what
first.
the schedule
The
is.
cookie or the cookie
They
dough.
actually made the schedule. But I think it's in there.
So embarrassing. Yeah, they probably they don't have it already set up yet. So probably ain't gonna see that until the actual time. So, all right, let's get back in here again. I'm gonna try to get back in here. Sometimes this thing be acting stupid. Tab out too many times. exit out of here myself. Ugh. See if I can save it. No, it should be saved, hopefully. No, it didn't. Oh well. Okay, it did save it. Yes, I just created a save game in the console. Alright, I'm gonna exit. See if we wasn't connected to World of Trucks, then it shouldn't synchronize. I said a lot of this stuff be playing games. And put this thing on charge. Alright, let's see if I can close it. See if that works. Oh, nope, that doesn't work. Alright, let's try exit again. Oh, maybe exit game. Oh, it's trying. Alright, I'm gonna still get out of it. I'm gonna have to restart it anyway. Something I started acting flaky about it. Nothing new. We're gonna be getting ready to do something to the game anyway, so it don't matter. Oh boy. Stop it prematurely. Oh, I got some other stuff to update. So I said I got plenty of games for you. Y'all couldn't handle it. Some of these games I ain't even got activated on her. Let this update while I'm messing around a little bit. it's done. Let me see. I think everything done. Oh, this hasn't updated yet. That's the dedicated server that I had decided to make because I wasn't sure which way I was gonna go with that. So some of these games aren't activated anymore because they started taking up space, and when I stopped playing them, then that's what happens. So a lot of the games. So now you get a chance to see all the games I got. I got 10 favorite, which that ain't all my 10, but it's close. They probably ain't gonna drop the what's the name until after the fact, I guess. All right. All right, let's try firing the game back up again. I know it's gonna be probably acting all flaky, but oh well. Yeah, I turned the webcam ain't on because I'm using that. So you remember I was able to run. I ran everything on here. I can't do it.
test this. You got some batteries? Double A. Dang, sorry about that. Get the mic. I need to test out your batteries in my clock. I don't know what's the deal with it. See if it come on. I know I thought this was a whole set of good batteries right here. And none of them work. Which they probably work, and that thing may be gone. You have to get me a digital clock and hang it up. I ain't even sure if we still got our load. But let's see. We still got our load. Probably don't. I'm gonna have to unlock this too. Burlington. So I'll be able to go right into Kansas. I ain't gonna waste no time with that. Either that or Guyman. Probably could go over there and see. Maybe do it once I take this load.
What are we waiting for? Turn right. Go straight.
Oh, my bad. All my berries. Did you reset it all the way?
Keep right. And then turn right. Turn right. Go straight. Let's do this. Never mind. I'll find a new route.
Pretty much done with that anyway. Let's see if they actually gonna. It's almost time anyway. 9:53. They already
Twix with cookie and cookie dough.
Kinda makes you wonder which came first. The cookie or the cookie dough. So embarrassing.
Hello and welcome, everyone. Welcome to a long time anticipated waited stream. Today, we are going to release the Kansas DLC, the next map expansion for American Truck Simulator, right? And as you can see behind us, our truck is almost ready at the border. And here with me in the studio is my colleague, our fresh blood, former real life trucker for 14 years in Canada and US. Mark, hello, welcome. Can you tell a few words about yourself?
Yeah, for those who might have missed my first stream, I drove for 14 years in Canada and the US. I'm from Canada myself, all over the lower 48 states, quite a bit in Kansas. So excited to see what we have to offer for the community.
Awesome, awesome. So, you probably, most of you guys and gals in the chat already know the drill, right? For the big releases streams, we are going to explore the upcoming DLC and the in-game content. But we also have invited a few of very special guests from our team. So for the first kind of, let's say, half an hour of this stream, it's going to be you, Mark, because you already mentioned that you spent quite a lot of time actual real trucking in Kansas. So
Yep.
hopefully you have some good stories or, let's say, some experience that makes you able to compare what we're going to see in what you've experienced in your real life. After that, we will have two guys from the map designers team, including Patrick, the lead of the Kansas DLC. And after that, as always, even Pavel, the CEO of the company, will stop by for a few moments and talk with us about the project, but also maybe a little bit about the future of the American Truck Simulator and what's ahead of us as a company as well. So, Mark, can you do us the favor and enter symbolically the Kansas state, please, with us?
I will. I'm a little bit illegally parked here in the dirt.
Yeah, I wanted to.
So we'll get this
I
show on
wanted
the
to
road.
say, sir, you cannot park your truck there.
I had to for that great initial shot, as long as I can avoid hitting the sign
Oh, you
here.
so you have even a cargo behind you. I did not
do.
notice that
So
before.
before you got here, I've
and
actually
you just did you just murder the sign?
no, the sign's still there. That was just
Can you look behind you?
Yeah, it's still there.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
No,
but
we're
that
all
was
good, we're all
close.
good. We're Gucci.
That was close. But your truck was shaking a little bit. That
No,
was
no, it's fine. Anyways, now we're
Chat,
in
you didn't see
Kansas.
nothing. Nice.
Yes.
Nice. I also forgot kind of mention. You probably guys in the chat noticed that there is no Alex today. Unfortunately, our colleague Alex is still sick. He's fighting with the flu. So let's drop some get well soon in the chat, and we hope that we will see and have him back as soon as possible. But you know, it is what it is. You cannot like plan when you will get the flu, right? So today it's gonna be me. I will do my best to try to host the show through the evening as good as Alex. I will probably fail because Alex is kind of, you know, the legend, but I believe we still can do a nice show together with you and with our guests. And also, I forgot to mention that we have prepared something very cool for you in terms of giveaway, of course. I don't know if you probably already spotted or if Benny can actually switch the camera for the detailed one. Not this one. This one. Oh, okay. Let me orient myself here. And we've prepared something very special for you. This t-shirt is gonna be in a giveaway at the end of the stream, and it's a very special one because this t-shirt it's kind of a running thing here in the SCS software, that every time we are going to release a major map expansion, we or our artists design a special t-shirt for the team that we're working on, for everyone who has been working on the DLC. And these t-shirts, back when we run our own eShop, we didn't even put them into the eShop. So these are very exclusive. You will not be able to get them anywhere. And so I brought up one of these t-shirts for you as a very exclusive thing. I'm not sure if I should like unwrap it and show it in full glory, because like, I know, you know, whoever's gonna win that probably will appreciate if it's not being like, if it's like packed nicely and everything.
I believe Patrick is wearing that shirt, so when
Oh
he's
yeah,
on
true.
later, they'll be
true.
able to see it. Yeah.
True. Hopefully some, and we will also see probably a lot of our colleagues around the office, because there is of course going to be a party for our internal teams, and we will have our colleague Chenda with, running with his camera, with his mobile phone, and we will later in the stream have also an entry through his camera, so you will see how the party is going on, and probably a lot of our colleagues will be wearing that t-shirt, so you will be able to spot the design. And Benny, if you can bring the camera back for a few moments, the design is actually same like it's on this awesome gold Kansas sticker. Made the design itself, and also these stickers have been made by our 2D artist Annie. You all probably know her from our streams, and I will put these stickers as extra bonus to the t-shirt. But that's not all. We are going to also put a few Kansas DLC keys, Steam keys into the giveaway, and as it's kind of almost a tradition to us, we also have a flag of Kansas signed by the team of the map designers who are working on the DLC, and by Pavel and even Mark, me, and the guests who will attend the stream today will make sure that they have their sign on it as well. That's gonna be a lot of things in the pool of rewards to get from the giveaway, right? So enough of only me talking. Mark, how do you feel driving in the Kansas fields? What are you holding?
So actually, I was going to say before I was rudely accused of hitting the sign that I actually, I don't know if you noticed when you got here that I was already here, and I've actually been here for 2 hours hauling this load. I picked it up all the way in Montana because they need this in Emporia, Kansas. So,
really?
Yep, that's where we're going, Emporia, Kansas, which is a place I went to very often in my trucking journey. So I really want to see that in the game and compare it to real life. But we're currently hauling a fertilizer spreader, which you'll remember yesterday from the farm DLC, farm machinery DLC.
Those who missed our yesterday stream, I believe there is already it's recording on our YouTube channel, or you still can get the VOD on our Twitch channel. And yesterday we streamed about an upcoming DLC which is going to be released with with Kansas expansion, and that is the farm machinery DLC, which is going to bring, I believe it is 9 new cargos and 5 amazing cabin accessories, everything themed into the agriculture machines, farming machines. And as Mark is trying to show, you can see this amazing scarecrow with the
I love
wiggling
the
head, or how to call it. And there is a harvester toy at the that's not a safe driving, man.
What? It's fine. It's fine.
But there was a plush. There was a plush of what's the name for it?
I believe that's the.
There's a
the
tractor
green.
who has no driver. It's
the autonomous.
Autonomous.
Greenler, yes.
Yeah, the word autonomous totally slipped out of my brain. So yeah, there is 5 amazing cabin accessories and 9 new cargos, and I believe all these 9 new cargos have like 2 different looks, because the DLC actually contains 2 virtual companies, agriculture companies, right?
Yeah,
an
2 of
Owl
our
and GL.
Yeah, Owl and Greenler.
Yes, and this DLC is going to be released today at I believe 7:15 p.m. CE time, Central European time, along with the Kansas DLC. As well as the Cruising Kansas World of Trucks event is going to be set active with the release of Kansas 2. So there is a lot of content to go live, to be published, to be set active around 7 p.m. tonight. So, Mark, you said in your real truck driver past, you've drove a lot of cargos to Kansas, or a lot of your journeys took you to Kansas?
Yes. So in particular, we had a customer in Emporia, like I said, where we're going today. So most of my driving was down that corridor, but I also very regularly went through Kansas to get to other parts of the U.S. Often cutting through Kansas to get to Oklahoma, or even farther into Texas and down into L.A. That's just one of the routes you can take. So definitely lots and lots of miles in Kansas, and so far I'm liking it. It's definitely got the feel of driving through Kansas down.
What is it? What is it like? If you could describe the general feel or look of Kansas and the surrounding, the environment, the scenery.
In one word, peaceful.
Peaceful.
Peaceful. Yeah. Some might use the word boring. I wouldn't use it because. Especially like when you're on your way out to say California and you're coming through Kansas and you're just coming through, the hectic driving that you encounter in, Illinois and Missouri, and you get to Kansas and it's like suddenly once you get west of Kansas City, it just calms right down, and the drivers out here are a lot more considerate to you generally, unlike me who's sitting in the left lane not passing anyone. But yeah, it's a very nice driving. It's when you can kind of put your music on, shut your brain off a little, and just really relax. It's almost like.
Is it like vast lands where your eye can see, and like agriculture fields, or like big silos, and
Yeah, actually, like a lot of what we're seeing right now, because we're in West Kansas right now, so we entered from Colorado. We're on Interstate 70 right now, so this is very. This is the Great Plains, I guess, right? So it's these kind of long rolling hills. It's not flat like maybe Saskatchewan, Canada, where you can watch your dog run away for 6 days, but definitely have the feel down for sure. Yeah.
Awesome. You mentioned that, and it's true. Like the Kansas state actually belongs geographically into the Great Plains, as they call this part of the U.S., right?
Yep.
And that's also we are going to reflect because. I believe a lot of you guys in chat know that we actually already have a special bundle on Steam, which is called Great Plains Calling, and that bundle until today, until the release of the Kansas tonight later tonight, contained 6 of our previously released map expansions. But with the release of Kansas, we are of course going to add the Kansas DLC into this bundle as well, so that will be definitely a nice way how you can fill or complete your collection and get the DLC for a lower or a more nicer price as well. So definitely after we release the Kansas DLC, go check the bundle, do the math. I believe Steam will do the math for you, and then you will see that you will probably be able to get the latest DLC for some small discount. And I believe Pavel will tell us more about this when his part of today's stream comes. But back to your trucking in Kansas. What was you said like you had a customer in Emporia. Does it mean that you were like more than once or actually frequently going to that same place? Like,
yeah.
What was that like place or industry?
I can name drop them, right? Like that's not a.
I believe so. Or you can tell like what their focus was, or what the industry was. So.
I don't think it'd be an issue. So it was Norfolk Iron actually was a customer that we delivered steel to.
Steel.
Oh. Yeah. So they weren't directly our customer. They were our customer's customer, I guess. But we were a preferred carrier in there for a long time. So we were hauling in different kinds of long steel, short steel, and basically what they do is they'll buy.
What does it mean, long steel, short steel? Only the length, like
pretty much.
Like it's plates or
no? It's actually
coils.
We call it shapes. That's our slang for it. So it's like angle iron, channel iron, I-beam, just flat bar. And it comes in like 5 to 10,000 pound bundles, right? So we'll put a few of those bundles on the trailer, and they'll order truckloads of steel of one type of material. And what they'll do is they'll split it up into smaller, like they have a fleet of their own trucks as well. So they'll split those loads up into smaller loads and sell them to more local customers, right? So that's kind of their business model, is warehousing and distributing. So yeah, we used to go to that location in Emporia. We probably have at least 2 or 3 trucks going a week to that location. Yeah, when it was busy. When in the slower months, especially whenever there's a slowdown for economic reasons, we'd still be going there like once a week at least.
Okay, so there was still like stable and high demand for the steel.
Yeah, they're very pretty old company and very successful. Yeah.
What do they do with the steel shapes later? They like melt it and
No, so this is all manufactured steel, so it's ready to go on to its home for whatever it's going to do. It can be
welding or
yeah. So fabricators might be buying it for their projects. It could be going to building building projects because it's structural steel, so it can be used in the process of building different iron buildings and pole barns and stuff like that. Some of it, that same steel, not for this customer, but for other customers, barge manufacturing, in Indiana on the river there. All kinds of different things. Yeah.
So it was steel most of the time, so that actually only confirms that Kansas is like, even though it's one of the most important states when it comes to agriculture and the farming and all the crops and I dare to say like food for the whole U.S. It's not only that, right? It's also a steel industry. Have you ever hauled something else as well into Kansas?
Most of my yes, we had a customer in Wichita for which this is definitely one I can't really talk about because it was more of a I won't say secret, but definitely more something I shouldn't be talking about.
Military stuff or?
So yeah, so we picked up high value manufactured goods in Wichita, and those were to put it into terms, they spent almost as much money on the crates around the material as the material itself. That's how important the stuff we were taking.
So they were like bulletproof or
not quite bulletproof, but
indestructible.
Yeah, it's one of the places you go where it's just like, throw as many straps and chains on as you want. We just don't want it going anywhere, right?
Okay.
But yeah, so lots.
And did you know what's inside actually?
Oh,
or
yeah.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It wasn't like missiles or anything like that, right? But it's something. It's just another piece used in a bigger manufacturing process, not weapons grade or anything like that. Actually, that kind of stuff I wouldn't even be allowed to haul as a Canadian citizen.
Oh yeah, you told me about it the other day, right? All the military stuff is allowed to be hauled only by U.S. Citizen truckers, right?
Yeah, and I found that out the hard way that one time in Colorado. I almost got arrested by U.S. Marshals. So yeah, we try not to do that.
Yeah.
Even though you think of Kansas, you might right away think of agriculture. Like there's lots of very unique manufacturing that doesn't occur really anywhere else in the country. It's happening in Wichita, right? So yeah, definitely a lot of different industries in the state.
So you've been able to visit Emporia, Wichita, any other of the cities that are actually already going to be in the DLC, and let me extend the question. Have you had a chance to check the places you've seen in your real life in the DLC already? If it's like, if it meets the feel and the vibe from the places you've
So there is actually one place we're going to, and it's one of the reasons I routed us to Emporia specifically, is there's a truck stop there.
Your favorite one, or is it one of the...
it's like PTSD.
Oh.
And I'll explain when we get there why. It's a very nice truck stop.
This should be a positive stream, man.
Absolutely.
Let's not cry today.
No, I'm half joking. It's actually we're almost there. It's just a truck stop. I had to spend a lot of time there, waiting for loads, because as a Canadian truck driver, once we're in the U.S., we have to go back to Canada. I can't pick up a load in Kansas and say take it to Michigan. Okay. I've got to take a load going back to Canada, whether it's Toronto or Alberta. I have to. Otherwise, it's considered stealing an American job.
Oh my God!
Right? So they're very strict.
So every time you go to haul anything from Canada, you as a Canadian citizen to the U.S., the next job you can pick has to be leading you back to Canada.
Exactly. Yeah. So if I take a load to California, I can't take a load, from say California to Texas and then Texas to Canada. It's got to be California or anywhere. I can pick up anywhere. I can drive halfway back and pick up a load, right? But it's got to be going to Canada.
Okay.
There is some more rules that do let you pick up a load on the way, but there's so much kind of fine print involved, it's almost not worth it. Because then you just get kicked out and they won't let you back in, and nobody wants that. But yeah, so I've actually
man, I believe your stories and experiences would make up good content for some kind of a podcast, or maybe let's have a just stream when we will chit chat together about what you've experience in your 14 years of a real truck driving career, right? But
It's not a bad idea. Like many truckers, I have a lot of stories.
oh yeah, true. But let's bring that later because today's topic is of course Kansas and the release of it.
Absolutely, and that's why I brought the map up here. So so I did a lot of freight into the Kansas City area, Olathe, Kansas, and whatnot, Emporia, Wichita, of course, and up here, Salina. We used to have a pickup there, which we would take back into North Bay, Ontario.
So where's the truck stop? The
Truck stop. It's
legendary, not so good.
It's
truck
right
stop?
here. So I think what we'll do is we'll finish this load here real quick, and then we'll head
Okay.
into that truck stop, and we can talk all about my experiences there. Honestly, it's not a bad truck stop or anything like that, but it's you'll see when you get there. It has kind of a unique parking situation. Which
Did you already like pre-check that place in our game, like to see it?
I
out?
did.
Is
It's very accurate.
Oh, okay.
That's where the PTSD comes in. It's like I was transported there. But yeah, no, it has a unique parking situation, and some truck drivers, when they encounter these unique parking situations, they panic, and when they panic, they end up hitting other trucks. So it's one of those things where it's the middle of the night and you hear a backup beeper, you're immediately awake and you're in the front seat and you're making sure nobody's backing up close to your truck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
I always wanted to ask. I always wanted to ask a real life trucker, like, is it true that you guys, when you're parking at a truck stop, that you don't like to park next to a refrigerator trailer
yes.
because it keeps like cooling itself, right? And it makes a lot of noise.
So it depends. If it's running all night consistently, it's okay because they can run different cycles, right? Depending on the temperature, depending on the customer's needs and all that. So if it's just running continuously, it's not so bad. It's loud, but once you sleep in the truck through a winter and you're idling in the winter for
Okay.
heat, you get used to the noise, right? As long as it's consistent noise.
If
But
not this, then what's the main reason
what's the main reason for? Sorry, what?
for not like being parked next to a refrigerator?
So when it's on the stop-start mode, which some guys will do to try and save fuel with their reefer, it'll shut down for 10 minutes and then it'll turn on for 20 minutes and then
I
shut down for 10 minutes.
see.
And when it turns on, it makes the most atrocious noise. It's not just like a car turning on; it booms
Okay.
and it shakes the truck. And it's every time it turns on, it just wakes you up, and it makes for a very long night.
So is it like all the refrigerators are parking next to each other?
No, they do not care.
Okay.
That's something we've talked about for years, and even like I for a short period I was hauling a refrigerator, and I would always try to do that, park next to other refrigerated trucks. But sometimes even the refrigerator guys, they don't like parking beside other refrigerator guys because they get woken up, so
But
they'll go
they-
park somewhere
they
else and
holding
wake up
this-
everyone around them.
They holding the same thing, kind of. What was that?
Nothing, we're good. It's got a little tight there. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, but beside this not so good truck stop you're gonna show us later, and Emporia and Wichita, what other places have you visited in your?
Those are only the other than Salina, Wichita, and Emporia. Those are kind of the only places I really delivered into. The rest of it was passing through. I was hauling liquid chocolate for a while in a tanker.
Nice.
And vegetable oil as well. And we used to go through Kansas quite a bit because our customer was down in New Mexico, and this was a nice shortcut to get there. So
Liquid chocolate, is
Yeah.
it? What kind of trailer you have to have for that?
food grade tanker.
And the liquid chocolate just stays liquid, or you need to
No, so
heat
we
it
actually,
up somehow? Or?
We actually, so we run our engine coolant into the trailer. Yeah. So
Oh.
then the
So
engine,
the
of
hot
course.
air and everything from the engine goes to the trailer?
Yeah, the hot coolant goes through lines that run through the bottom of the tank, and it'll actually keep the chocolate liquid, because the chocolate doesn't have to be very hot. It only has to be about even if it's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit, it'll stay liquid, right? Because it actually goes in much hotter than that.
Okay.
So as long as you keep your coolant at 100 degrees at least, it'll stay chocolate, and or stay liquid, I should say. Of course, it's always going to stay chocolate.
Awesome.
And sorry,
Liquid
I'm just going to
chocolate.
try and get this in here.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. You're nailing that. Way
yeah.
better than me.
I can teach you.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And so yeah, the other thing too is as long as it's moving, it will always stay liquid as well, right? So that's
Yeah,
always
it's
an
kind of like
issue.
mix itself all the time, right?
Exactly. Something that'll happen is in the wintertime, guys will stop for their 10 hours off,
Uh-huh.
and
It just gets
solidifies.
stale.
Yeah. So what we have to do is we have to make sure when we stop in the middle of the night that we're actually stopping far enough away from the customer that we have a few hours to drive there still in the morning, so it'll liquefy itself again. Because like what some guys will do is they'll sleep like 5 minutes from the customer, wake up in the morning, go to pump it off.
Still.
It's not pumping off.
Yeah.
All right, we made some good money for ourselves in this
Nice.
account. Now we only have 996.
That's not enough. That's not enough. We should do another job.
We need to do another job. Yeah.
And can you actually feel when you're holding like liquid chocolate and you're breaking like the mass of the?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not nice. If when you're hauling tanks, I like to say you're never tired for long because you get woken up pretty good. All right, let's see. Where are we off to? We might not get
Pick something that will lead you around the track stop, you know, like, to be able to show.
Yeah,
it to
so this
us,
one's
like.
picking up over there.
Oh, so you will actually first drive to the Kansas City, or is it no? It's Emporia, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find something. Actually, this one kind of gets us down there. That'll be nice. A little boom lift, 26,000 pounds.
Like back in the other day, you told me that U.S. Is kind of difficult for a truck driver because a lot of the states has some specific regulations when it comes to the length of the trailer and how cargo should be parked on the trailer or loaded on the trailer or strapped down on the trailer.
Yeah.
Is something unique for Kansas as well?
Actually, these states, these Great Plains states, they actually have a little more relaxed laws, generally speaking, because they have the road network that can tolerate these bigger loads, right? The more strict states you'll find are states like California. The mountainous states, generally speaking, are very strict on what routes you can and can't take, and of course the East Coast, because lots of very old, tight roads and stuff like that. So Kansas isn't too bad. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that's really unique and strict to Kansas versus any other state. Like I said, like it's a really relaxing thing to drive in Kansas. Like even when you're going to the scales, like all the DOT officers at the scales are very
Relaxed and easy.
Like they get it because they have so much truck traffic coming through from other states that they're almost, it seems like they're less about finding you, right? They're less about like trying to get you for something and more about education. Like I even went through there one time for years and years. I was signing my logbook in the morning when we were on paper logs, and I went through the scale, and she's like, you get $300 fine for this. You're supposed to be signing at the end of the day. Right now you're signing a logbook that's not filled out, and this is a government document. I'm like, at the time I was like 20 years old. I'm like shaking, right? And she's like, don't worry about it. It's no problem. Just, make sure going forward, you sign at the end of the day. And she gave me a little piece of paper about, if my safety manager or boss says anything about it, here's the legislation saying that, right? So totally cool, totally just educational, and that's really what it's supposed to be about, right? It's supposed to be about making the roads.
That's nice, actually. Like they should help you to improve, right? Not immediately try to, juice some money out of you and give you the highest fine possible. And
that's exactly it. Some states it's all about revenue, and other states it's about genuinely making the roads safer.
Yeah, true. So when you said like it's all about like peaceful driving and relaxed, trucking in Kansas, would you say it's one of the top destinations you've been delivering to in your career, or which destination would you pick to drive?
For my favorite?
Yeah. Is it California because of the sun and everything?
California is, like I said, it's one of those stricter states, and they have like a low speed limit, but everyone speeds, which is like it's kind of similar thing in Canada where the speed limit's 100 kilometers an hour, but everyone does 120, 130. It's the same thing in sorry.
Oh, let's hope he can. Okay, yeah.
I didn't see him around that curve there. That's on me. Look at that. See, I'm too busy talking.
Oh yeah.
Should be driving.
Don't worry. In a few minutes, we will have our first guest, and you will. Whoa!
We're good.
Nice.
We're good. If you don't look at it, it won't hit.
That's a nice rule.
Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah. So California is one of those states where you're in California and you're just kind of stressed all the time. They actually, the DOT and the cops are actually pretty good.
What does it mean,
DOT? Department of Transportation.
Oh, okay.
So generally they're the ones.
So it's like a police department dedicated for truckers and checking the loads and trailers.
More or less, yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes it's just the police. Like I believe in New York, it's just the police. They do everything. They're the DOT and the police. And then other states it'll be like dedicated, like a separate kind of workforce.
Okay.
California is one of those ones. Actually, it's California Highway Patrol. They do both jobs. I would say, honestly, all of the western states are just a joy to drive in. Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming. Wyoming's awesome. It can be, stressful in the wintertime with the, the snow and the wind. But it's that whole, it really brings you back to the essence of trucking, of, waking up in the morning, having a nice breakfast, and just driving, right? And especially typically when you're out there, those are those longer trips where you're not on such a tight schedule, whereas... That's not the load we had selected, was it? I guess it was. It's when you're doing those East Coast short hauls, you're always kind of on a tight schedule, and you're always kind of stressed about getting there the next day. Whereas on these long trips out into the prairies, it's like, it really just comes down to a guy in his truck and just having a great time. So yeah, these are definitely my best memories driving were out here.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay, and Chet. Our first guest, Jakub, one of the map designers who've been working on the Kansas DLC, have arrived to the studio. So we will let Benny to put for a few minutes our overlay screen, and we will let our new guest sit down, get ready, and we will be back in a few minutes. I believe like 3, 4, 5 minutes maximum. So see you later, Chad. Do not go anywhere. And we are back, and I believe we are actually already on the truck stop Mark was talking about, but let's keep that story, Mark, for a few moments, because with us here is now our, I don't know if to say first or second guest. If we consider you, Mark, as the first guest, then Jakub is our second guest. If not, then he's our first guest.
I think he's our first guest.
First guest,
yeah.
Okay. So our first guest, Jakub, who is actually part of the team that was building up the Kansas. Jakub, how do you feel? And can you introduce yourself a little bit?
Okay. As you said, my name is Jakub. I worked on map with the Kansas team.
Okay.
I've mostly been doing roads in the north and western side of Kansas.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm doing well. Glad to be here.
Okay, awesome. I love your outfit, man. You dressed up like a truck driver, and Chet, look at that shoes. Benny, Benny, can you bring that camera? Because this guy, no. Benny's kind of slow with the camera. This guy brought up cowboy shoes. Chat,
Yeah,
can it be even more awesome?
prepared, Yeah.
Is this your normal dress for the work?
Definitely not, no. But I had the opportunity to get the shoes, and I thought
Nice.
it was right to do so.
Nice. Is your horse parked in the underground garage?
Yes.
Awesome. So we will get back to you and with more questions about your part on the Kansas DLC. But Mark, I can see you are nailing the parking.
Thank you.
Can you tell us more about the truck stop as you finally arrived there?
I can.
What is your experience with this location in real world?
So, like I said, we used to haul to that customer in Emporia, and this truck stop is actually inside Emporia. And this is probably one of the most one-to-one, true-to-life truck stops in the game so far.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is like that. That's why I was like, I saw it and I was like I got like, you know, a tingling in the
Where's,
back of my
where's
neck.
my Bible? Where's my Bible?
And yeah, and it's very well done. And this is the area I was talking about where a lot of people would kind of come in and panic because it's a dead end. So they would immediately try to pull a U-turn, but there's not really quite enough room to pull a U-turn.
So all of them need to back up?
Yeah, and then especially like in the evening time and
Okay.
nighttime when a bunch of guys are coming at once looking for a spot, it turns into a zoo. And I was lucky because usually when I got here, it was like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, so it was like dead. And I could do that little stunt like I just did where I pulled into the other spots and then backed in. But yeah, it was actually a great place because you had the truck wash right there. You got the fuel right there. There's a Kenworth dealer over there in real life too.
Oh.
So if you needed, you know, if you had a Peterbilt or a Kenworth, you know, you could get in there and get it fixed. And there was a Denny's. So always lots of good breakfast food to be had.
Awesome.
So yeah, that's my little story about this truck stop. And
How many trucks can fit to truck stop like this?
it depends. If they all park in the actual spot, probably about 80. And if we do what we like to call make your own parking,
So 3 trucks.
Huh?
So three trucks can fit there because
Oh.
everyone's parking over 5 spots.
no. Actually, everyone's pretty good about parking the lines. But what ends up happening is, I don't know if you can see over there those concrete barriers.
Yes.
Those are there in real life because guys used to just park in the grass. And then they'd get stuck in the morning because they'd sink in, and then the tow truck would have to come, and then nobody could leave while the tow truck is dragging them out.
Okay.
So make your own spot is just kind of wherever you can fit, and you think nobody's going to hit you, that's your spot. So guys will park along the curb there. They'll park along the curb here. Pretty much everything. I've even seen a guy park parallel in front of the other trucks, you know, because he's like, oh, I'm just running in for a second, and then, you know, 2 hours later.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So
Yeah.
it's it can become quite hectic. But
Yeah.
yeah, so that's
I can believe that. Yeah. So you know, we don't want to hold you there and bring bad memories for too long. So feel free to continue on the journey through Kansas. And meanwhile, back to Jakub, or should I say Jacob? Or
Jakub's fine.
Jakub's fine. Okay, Jakub. So I have a few questions on you and your part on the on doing the Kansas DLC. First, let's start with for how long are you working here in SCS?
I think it should be like a year and a month now.
Oh, so you already had your anniversary.
Yeah.
1 year anniversary. Okay, where's the cake?
We brought, I think I had like cinnamon.
Ah, okay, nice.
Brown sugar. Like,
So me
pastries,
and
but
Mark were not invited. Thank you. Yeah.
it was on the 6th floor in the kitchen. but
Okay.
yeah.
I'm just joking. So Kansas was it your first bigger map DLC you've been part of?
Well, it's been my first DLC I've ever been part of. And yeah, it's been a little jarring at the start since, you know, we've just been put into production, but everybody was very nice, like our colleagues. And yeah, it just somehow fell into place, and
Nice.
here it is.
Nice. So you said you've been working on a northwest, is it northwest part of Kansas? I just don't have it on top of my head. What cities are at there? Is it the Emporia? No, Emporia is.
No. There's Colby there.
Colby,
And, Hayes. Those are the 2 cities I've been working around mostly. I didn't do any cities in Kansas because I chose not to.
Okay.
I was a little scared.
Is it
of
more
doing
like
them.
more difficult to do cities or less creative, and that's why you choose to do the surrounding areas and the roads around? Or
maybe a little bit. I feel like I'm more gifted or talented in like nature stuff,
Nature,
so I decided to do
countryside
roads.
and-
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Okay.
So, yeah, I thought I would be a better fit for that part
Okay.
of work.
Okay. So I can kind of imagine how you guys are working when you are recreating a city, because you probably get a lot of like reference data and stuff like that. But when you are recreating the nature and you know, the sceneries around and all the roads, and not only the highways but as well the, you know, the smaller roads, or how to call it, the dirt roads and everything. How does it work? Where do you guys get the reference data or the inspiration to, you know, to create it that it will still look like, you know, proper recreation of the reality?
I think it works like sort of the same way. You obviously don't do a city one-to-one, so you pick and choose like your favorite
True,
parts,
yeah.
and that's mostly what I've been doing in nature stuff. So like I would see a pond or a stream, I would say, I like that, I'm gonna put that in. And then I would take the next, I guess we could call it nature landmark, and I would look at the road in between those two landmarks and somehow average it in my head, like what did I see the most, what
Oh
really is a
yeah,
lot.
because you need to still work with the scale, right? You
Yes.
can't put all 20 kilometers that are there between those two places in the real world. You need to scale it in our scale, and but you still at the same moment you still need to preserve the reflection of the reality, right? Even for this part between those two landmarks. So you, how do you do it? You basically, like, through these satellite images or the apps similar to Google Street View, you basically like click through the whole part and see what's around, like if there are like these type of trees, or if there is a rest stop or small area where people can park. Or
I know that there are people that do like just go
like step by step,
yeah, step by
basically,
step, yeah. But that's not really for me. I'm a bit impatient in that sense. I mostly just zoom as close as it would go from satellite images and just scroll by the road. And if something catches my eye, then I will put it in.
something
But-
unique, like
Yeah,
standing out of the, like,
which in Kansas would probably be just there's trees there.
Oh, yeah.
It's something to work with. Even though like even fields are somehow interesting sometimes. I feel like going step by step isn't really worth the time usually.
it's
At least
time
not.
consuming.
Yeah. While you can see that there's a part of road that has nothing, I guess you could say, unique going on.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
Just prairies and fields. You can mentally say to yourself, okay, there's gonna be 100 meters or kilometers
Of a like
miles, yeah.
vast fields.
Yeah, vast fields.
Uh-huh.
Keep that in mind and then go just to a different place and
Okay.
try to convey that somehow. Like if there is many miles or hundreds of miles between landmarks, obviously it might be a good choice to like brush one aside to have that like long period of nothingness somehow interpreted well. And that can be sometimes hard because you might really like two spots and some has to go, so that's also a quite good
the
balance.
tough
of between
decisions,
that.
right?
Yeah.
That you find a many beautiful place you would like to bring into the game, but because of the scale or because of the optimization limitation or whatever, you need to say goodbye to a few of them. Like, how do you make the decisions in these situations? Like,
Well, sometimes you just have to accept that our game is made how it is, and sometimes just some things have to go, and it is what it is. And
okay.
put your tail between
So
your legs. and-
northwest of Kansas, how would you describe it to someone like me who never been there before? I mean, I kind of check it in the DLC you guys created, and I love the relaxed and peaceful feeling from the Kansas nature in general. But how would you describe it to?
I guess the most straightforward way to put it is like not limitless per se, but seemingly limitless prairies and fields, and probably a lot drier than like if you look at if you look at the like screen right now, it would be even drier than that. And somehow they're still farming there. Apparently, I was looking at some video. It was like sort of going over Kansas, and apparently first when like Indian tribes were there. No, before that, that Americans thought that it was like not good land for farming, and then they sent Indians there, and apparently then they found out that the land was good for farming. Then they took the land back.
Really?
Again.
So the natives were they knew some tricks and they knew what to do there, but
I've heard about this. That happened a few times in the U.S.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, you know, you can't be the native guys there, right? In their knowledge. But if you would look at the Kansas DLC you guys created as a whole, you know, product, which part would you say you like the most? Is it the parts you created, or is it the city, or is it the Kansas City with the skyscrapers, or what would you
For me, it's
choose?
hard to say. Like one favorite thing. I really like Kansas City. I think the like skyline or like the view when you arrive to the city is very great.
Yeah, there is a nice ride, I believe, from city like below the Kansas City, and then you are driving through the Kansas City. You actually has the city skyline on the horizon, and it's beautiful. Yeah, I believe the gameplay video I recorded was kind of in that area as well.
Oh,
in
right,
part.
yeah.
Yeah, so Kansas City, that would be the place you would choose.
Yeah. Obviously, Topeka being the capital city is also quite cool. But yeah, the prairies and fields would probably be the highlight for me. Just like you said, I was working on them,
Yeah.
and I can appreciate them probably more than.
So they will always bring some good memories for you.
Yeah.
Like, nice. Okay, and so can you maybe slightly tease us what is your team or you in particular going to be working on after the Kansas is released, and you know your next project? Do you already know?
I do know, but I'm not allowed to say.
Oh, okay. So it's not one of these that we already kind of announced. It's not Nebraska. It's not Arkansas.
No.
Oh, okay. I believe that you already said some teases, because that means a different state, right? That's nice. That's nice. And that means for the whole team of you, or of the same team that created the Kansas is going to move to another project, or is it that after you are done with certain project, you are kind of split into different teams, or the teams always stick together?
Not necessarily splitting. That's a bit too drastic word. But we have two members that will, I guess, go to a different project, and then we will get to newbies now.
Oh,
so
okay.
it will
Fresh
be
blood
mostly
is coming.
Yes,
Nice.
mostly the same team, but some people will choose different ways, and it's fine.
Yeah, I heard these I don't want to say stories, but I heard these that you guys quite often are, you know, bouncing between projects because certain projects, you know, need to like fasten up, and the other projects can, like, you know, lose few guys for a few months or whatever. So you guys are like bouncing to different projects to help the project to, you know, fasten up. And is it this way that the two colleagues that are gonna leave your team and move on another project is because the project needs to get more help, or?
I think one of them will.
Okay.
But I don't think it's how to say like it's not something you want to happen. I think the relationships and bonds in the team that stays together for a long time is like very valuable. But
True.
sometimes you just have to
it
hit the
has
head.
to be, yeah.
Sometimes you just have to hit the deadline. So
Yeah, true. But by that you also can meet new colleagues, you know, create new relationships,
True,
get synced up with the other teams as well. So it always has some cons and pros as well. So more to you and your career in the CS software or even in the gaming industry, can you tell us, like, was it always your goal to work in game industry, or how did you actually join the industry and the SCS software?
Well, I joined the industry by just finishing up school and going here. As far as I know, I should be the youngest employee, or at least the same age as the youngest employee.
That's actually true, right? At our summer meeting, at our summer company meeting, there was a
Quiz.
yeah. And one of the questions was who was the youngest colleague of our team, and it was you, right?
Yeah, like I think it was how old is the youngest colleague, and I was like
you
the
was the
same
guy.
age.
Oh,
I'm not sure if ETS
it
has not any.
I don't know. That would be a question for our HR department.
Well, yeah, but I was 19 at
Yeah.
the time, so yeah, that was me.
Oh, nice. So you started early.
Yeah,
So-
just finished up secondary school and went here.
Nice. Was it always your dream job to be not in the SCS in particular, but in the game industry?
I'd say dream, yes, but like very up at the top. Like I would love to do that, but it was also something like unrealistic in a bit. I went to an IT school, so I knew somehow what I was doing, but I really liked working with my hands, so I applied for a carpenter. I wanted to be a blacksmith as well, and it just somehow
Blacksmith. Wow.
but it just somehow worked out, and I
Yeah.
ended up here with my.
So you must be very creative, and But I heard that blacksmiths are actually like getting back on the top of the demand. Like everyone needs a blacksmith, but there's actually like not enough of them, right?
Yeah, because
Wow.
not a lot of people are doing those jobs now because you can't sit behind a PC all day. So.
Yeah, true. That's so cool. And so you just saw the like recruitment career page, and you've seen the open role, and you applied, or did any friend of yours told you about it, or?
We've been talking with a bit of classmates, like where would we go to pursue like a game industry job, but and obviously SCS came up and Bohemia Interactive as well, and I've reached out to Bohemia Interactive, didn't get a response back, so I reached out to SCS, got a response back. And here we are.
And they missed you, but we got you. Yeah, that's good.
To be fair, what I applied for at SCS isn't what I ended up doing. So probably my portfolio just wasn't good enough, which is understandable. And they were just looking for someone else or someone better at what they wanted to do.
Oh, okay.
So no hard feelings.
Yeah,
what
but anyway, we have you, and you helped to create this amazing DLC of Kansas, and now here we are, having you as a guest of the stream, and we are about to release the product, and that's cool. Yeah. And you still have a lot of years, hopefully, in the industry, and hopefully in our teams ahead of you. So that's gonna be great as well. So more to games. I guess you are a gamer, right?
Yep.
You like video games. What kind of?
Well, it's all over board, but I've grown up playing FPSs, so Counter-Strike and all that. And
You should beat up Benny in Counter-Strike. he's too cocky about his skills.
I haven't played for a while, so but lately I've been more into sim racing and like RPG games also. So like one of my most played games is, besides FPSs, Skyrim,
RPGs.
Yeah, and like Borderlands, for example, which isn't really is it a role-playing game?
I mean, Skyrim is.
Skyrim, yeah, but Borderlands.
Borderlands probably not. It's gonna be like FPS with some story in it.
Looter shooter or something. Yeah.
All right. So we are actually getting kind of slowly at the end of the dedicated time for having you in the stream. So is there any message or shout out to any of your teammates, or a message to the community or to the players that are going to be able to explore your work and the Kansas DLC in a few hours?
Okay, so for my team, great job. We did it. We pulled through, even when sometimes it looked bleak. And for the community, enjoy Kansas, and I hope to see you in a few months, years maybe, when I'm back at the stream. And hope you enjoy every other DLC that we.
Awesome. Did you already sign? Oh yeah, Chet. By the way.
Yeah, I did sign.
By the way, Chet. Benny, can you bring the detail camera again? Because like Chet, look at that. If I would show the flag like this, Benny switched it. Okay, so I will first show it like this. It's too big and the space is not big enough here. Yeah, can you help me? Need to bring it more. Maybe next time we don't need the camera to be that zoomed. Oh yeah, thank you, Benny. You saved us from the suffering here. So, this is the big Kansas flag signed up by... Is everyone from your tier there?
Yes.
Okay. by everyone from the team of map designers who've been working on the Kansas expansion. Everyone signed that, even Pavel, Mark, and myself will sign it. Will sign it through the stream. And then one of you at the end of the stream in the giveaway will be so lucky to win it. You'll ship it to them. So whoever's gonna be that, hang it with pride. Don't put it on eBay or anything. Awesome. And can you tell us where this flag has been the whole time?
Well, it's been above us, the newbies, because the bay didn't have enough room for us to like be with our team, so we were across the corridor, and it was above us just to signify that we are a part of the team, and like it was a nice gesture, I guess, from our team that like they do accept us as a part.
Absolutely. That's kind of a thing when you. Oh, I don't know if actually they could actually hear me because my mouth was away from the microphone. Sorry, chat. It's actually quite a cool thing to see when you're walking around our offices, you know, even more in the part of the office where all the map designers teams are located. As you walk by, you can actually tell which team's working on because there's always a flag hanging above them. That's cool. That's cool. And one of these, because the project of Kansas is going to successful end for them today, they all sign it up, and we are going to pick one lucky winner at the end of the stream in a giveaway, and that person will get the flag. So I believe we can slowly say thank you, Jakub, for coming, for being our guest. Thank you for the work you did on the upcoming and soon released Kansas DLC, and we hope to see you, like you said, in a few months when your next project guy is gonna be finished and ready to be released. Like,
Yeah, my pleasure.
Awesome. So, chat, Benny will do the magic trick with the overlay graphics, saying that we will be right back again, and we actually will be right back in a few minutes again. So don't go anywhere. Go get yourself some drink or popcorn, and we will be right back. and we are back with our second guest, and I believe most of you guys already know this guy, and that is no one else, or how to call it, than Patrick, the lead
Hi,
of
guys.
the Kansas DLC. Can
Hi.
you introduce yourself for those who
Yeah,
don't
for
know
those
you?
of you who don't know me, I'm Patrick. I work in SCS for like, I don't know, 10 or maybe 12
forever.
years, I guess. Yeah, for a long time, basically. And I was for recent like 7, 5, I don't know how many years responsible for, as a leader of DLCs. I did Washington and Colorado. Then I was helping Simon with Texas.
Texas?
And now for the last year, I was doing Kansas.
So you have, we could say you have like 3 to 4.
Yeah, I'm counting
projects
3. I'm counting 3
about-
because Texas wasn't mine.
Mhm.
It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
Simon's project, but I was helping him because Texas was obviously like too big to be handled by just one person,
Mhm.
and because we had like 20 people in the team, so
Awesome.
it needed more than just. one
And
person.
now here we are about to release your latest. I don't want to say your because it's quite
Our latest child, yeah.
Our latest child, Kansas DLC. How do you
Yeah.
feel about this particular project and the state?
It was different than Washington and Colorado because those states naturally offered more variable country, more variable environment in general, and Kansas, like for people living in America, it's not surprised that Kansas is a flat country. It doesn't have much, but it wasn't like how to say it. It wasn't bad or boring to create it. It was just different. I would say
different,
just different. Yeah, it's like we were fighting with how to make Kansas as authentic as possible, so that it because the how is it called, the
Monotonous?
monotonous.
Monotonous?
Like when it's
frame?
like
Yeah.
all the same.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit afraid to use words like boring or all the same or this kind of
it's
stuff.
not. It's
but
I mean,
it is
one-
what it kind of is what it is. You know.
Some could see that, but I've seen a lot of people that they were actually hyped and excited to be able to track not only in Kansas but
Yeah.
in all the states of the Great Plains. Like
Yeah, people are excited.
I'm going to
Yeah.
interrupt for a moment. Can we just appreciate that skyline as I come
yeah,
up the
look at
hill
that,
here?
look at that.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
like Mark said as well, like when he was tracking in Kansas, like he always were happy to get back there because it kind of provides you the feel of peaceful riding. The vast lands around you. You feel like that the world is so big and that the fields are so big and so important. And also it's kind of true that Kansas is actually a very important state when it comes to all the food for the U.S. For the other states in the U.S.
Yeah.
Right? So. Oh, here we see one of the billboards promoting the Kansas as well in the Kansas. Nice. So back to the project. When it all started,
It started exactly the 15th November last year when we finished Texas. The day we finished Texas, the day after we switched to Kansas, not being too prepared actually. Like Texas was so complicated. At least the latest stage of the project was not very easy, to be honest, and it unfortunately took us the time for the pre-production of Kansas. So we had to start with the pre-production, which normally doesn't happen. We usually take the pre-production at least 2 or 3 months before we start the actual production of the DLC.
What does it mean, pre-production?
The pre-production
Can
is
you
the phase
describe it,
where you
like-
order all the assets okay, let's say you order any asset that you want to use in the game.
Like for
And it's the
example,
building
this
some landmarks.
landmark
Yes.
capital
Yeah.
library of some
Yes.
city.
Whatever is unique for the DLC. So that may be a library, a capital house, or any like generic buildings. Basically, whatever is used for that DLC, and we didn't have that in the library of assets before.
Okay.
So it is best to order it at least 2 or 3 months before we start.
Because the asset makers need some time to create it for you, right?
Right. Yes. And this didn't happen. We didn't have this gap or this offset, let's say, before this. So that also influenced our marketing campaign. You probably know very well that we weren't really ready to show anything new until
it
like
was kind
very
of a
late.
struggle at the beginning,
Yes.
but we kind of managed. And I'm actually
Yeah.
really happy that we still find a way, together with your help, how to be able to, keep bringing some exciting stuff and new content to show for our community. But for the pre-production, so me thinking, how does it work is like our research department does the research for you guys, how actually the Kansas looks like, what architecture is there, what landmark you probably will need to be modeled for you guys. Then you kind of revisit if it's all fits together, if it makes sense, and then a list of assets that you're gonna need comes out of that, and that list of assets is provided to the asset makers. Then they create the assets for you, and like simultaneously you are building the state.
Right,
the
that's pretty much how it works.
Actually.
They also research how the economy works in that particular state, so that we know what should we concentrate on when it comes to depots, and like what should we focus on in those cities that we have in the game.
Awesome. Speaking about the industries and the depots, can you tell us what industries are going to be new to the family of American Truck Simulator states?
We have some new food processing depots. We have one in
aerostructure.
Aerostructures, yes. We have several new depots within the topic of the aerostructures. We have one Darwin, which is for larger planes, located in Wichita, and then we have some. I think it was supposed to represent some smaller jet servicing.
I've seen.
You know what
it.
I mean?
Yeah.
Like smaller
so
jets.
We will be able. I've seen that we will be able to haul a whole wing of the plane, right? And something like that.
So also some interesting cargoes came with the Kansas as well. Then we have some salt mine in Hutchinson, right? And then we have some custom depots, which is something that will be explained to the players later. But it's basically a new technology how we build the actual depot, because it used to be like one fixed model that we used in a different context. But now we are able to create the entire place that we call depot by our own. So that's something.
So that
new.
actually gives you more freedom to not only create each of the depots like to be looking unique, but also more realistic, right? Because like you don't need to just have one model of the function depot that you will just make to look it unique by the surrounding area, but now you can actually build the parking spots
and I
different.
think this is the biggest difference, because so far as we have been using one or two prefabs representing one type of industry, we could have made the surrounding as different as possible, but you would still park the trailer to the very same spot. There was not really much of a difference, whilst now you are able to, or we are as map designers able to make those spots like in different places. So now it's a different challenge probably to how to describe it. Like you could actually learn how to maneuver with the trailer in certain depots, because they were the same. But now
you could kind of like when you were entering the depot, you kind of already knew if you would
that this is gonna be there.
If you would choose the most difficult parting option, that it will be there.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you could have known from before, because it was used as the same depot elsewhere. Whilst
that's
now
gonna change now.
Yes. Now you have to find out like where they want the trailer to be parked, and it's a different location every time in every depot. So
and it's kind of, or I know that you guys are still like exploring and experimenting with this new technology, and that it's not gonna be every depot in Kansas, but few of them are actually already built with this new technology.
Yes, we have 6 new grain elevators, which we felt like grain elevator was basically in every city or in every town of Kansas. Is a really agricultural country, so agricultural state. We will of course take this technology to be more advanced in the future, but this is like the very solid starting point.
So you plan something
cool,
like maybe that you will get a different parking spot depending on what you are hauling, or
this already happens now.
Okay.
like when you have a dumper, you will not go to the very same place as if you were hauling
A tractor.
A tractor,
Yeah.
right? A tractor obviously belongs near a garage. If you have a hay, it obviously
It
belongs.
doesn't belong in a garage, right?
Yes, it belongs somewhere where you would normally on the farm.
That's nice.
Store the hay.
That's nice.
But so far it's like separated by the type of trailer. In future, I guess we will be able to separate it by the type of cargo and maybe even by the type of combination of the cargo and the trailer, you have, so that you will be able to unload to the place where like certain trailers are unloaded in the back, some by the side, and this can be also or could be reflected in the future.
Because that's and that's maybe like question also for Mark here, like because that's how it works actually in real life. Like when you are entering these destinations or prefabs or how we call it depots, they always send you to unload to a different place depending on what you're hauling, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You know, a tanker's not going to unload at a dock like a van would, right? And a piece of equipment's not going to unload at a dock, right? It'll, you know, like with a low boy like we're pulling here, it'll just get dropped somewhere in the yard, right? So yeah, absolutely. Depending what you're hauling, it'll be definitely a different place you end up going to.
That's a cool feature to have, and do you plan to bring that more and more in the upcoming projects? I guess?
And I think as we already have it in Kansas, when this technology will be updated, we can also bring those new features back to the Kansas DLC.
Okay.
So it's not like we would only have those new things in
And
the
then, like-
very latest DLC and the old
That's
ones
nice.
would be like
That's nice.
obsolete. No. We will go also a little bit backwards.
That's nice.
And also, you know that California is being under rework. So California will use
It's
this
going to get
technology one day as
nice,
well. Yeah.
nice.
So
Awesome, you hear that, chat? But back to the actual DLC of Kansas. So we've heard about some of the new industries, and if you would, or if you should, pick a few destinations, definitely.
worth
That should be.
visiting?
I don't want to say worth visiting, but that should be like on the list of where to go first with this DLC. I mean, for me, it would be absolutely the Hutchinson because of the world's
The greatest silo?
these
Yeah,
silos,
that's nice. That's nice. Well, it really depends. I'm a city person. I like the vibe of big cities. So I would definitely start heading towards Kansas City. I hope I will not let players down, but Kansas City in Kansas doesn't have a garage to start in because Kansas City is split in two states. So the bigger part is located in Missouri State.
Oh.
So I think
I didn't know that.
once the Missouri DLC will come in the future, I think you will be able to start in Kansas City, but not yet.
Okay.
But you can start in Topeka, as it's a capital very close to Kansas City. So
Is Topeka actually bigger than Kansas City
No,
in
no, 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 no,
real
no.
world? No?
The thing is that actually the biggest city of Kansas is Wichita. It's
Really?
like- yeah, that's the biggest city, because the Kansas City in Kansas is big, but the bigger part is in Missouri. So in the end, the Kansas City in Kansas is pretty small. Interestingly, it's like it doesn't happen in Europe. We don't have that.
Yeah.
So
Usually the capital city is as well the biggest one.
yeah, that
and-
doesn't happen in America. You
Okay.
have like Salina can be capital of
Uh-huh.
Oregon and not Portland. Like
Uh-huh.
that happens a lot in the US.
Okay, so what else would you put on the list of?
So for me,
Must-see
Kansas City,
spots.
for me also Wichita, and that would also work with our DLC pretty good because we have some new depots in Wichita, mostly as you said about the aerostructures and aviation industry related companies. So I would definitely enjoy hauling some wing of the plane, like you
yeah.
said, something like that. I would definitely enjoy the vast emptiness of the West Kansas around Dodge City. It's very good known as a windy area. We have some wind power plants.
Oh,
there.
and we are actually hauling the new cargo of the special transport, right?
Yeah.
That was actually you guys and your team and the member Dubak,
yeah.
member of your team who kind of made that happen, right? The new cargo. He was like single-handedly almost like creating enough of pressure on the other teams to actually the vehicle
This was
guys
great
to
because
model it
yeah,
and
ever since Colorado when we introduced the wind power plant building industry or basically anything related to wind power plants, we had a dream to have like super huge plate of the wind power plant
Yeah.
being as a special.
Because that's always cool to see it in real life.
And it
right?
always works like that. You cannot basically transport that without the necessary support of those vehicles. And as we have this mechanism in game, it would be stupid not to use it, right?
Yeah.
So we were dreaming about it and didn't really probably have enough capacities, and we luckily found them. We found them now.
Absolutely. Shout
And
out.
thanks to Dubag, we have it.
Yeah,
because
shout out to
Dubag is-
Dubak and as well everyone who worked on that update as well, and the new cargo or the 2 new cargos for the special transport DLC for American Truck Simulator as well. And actually it makes complete sense. By the way, beautiful beautiful skies landscape, or how to call it?
Skylines.
Beautiful. I believe it looks even
This
more
is almost
beautiful in the
one-to-one.
night.
I remember driving here on this freeway because we have been in
you've been there,
in Kansas in one of the latest business trips.
Nice.
And this feels really real. I remember that, and it's always nice to see how close we can get to the reality in our game. It's actually rather fascinating.
Well, even out there in the suburbs, it's all nicely modeled too. Look at that out there.
Oh yeah.
And it also has that feeling because this part of Kansas City feels like
look at
old
this.
brickish, red brickish parts.
I believe in the gameplay video I was driving the other way down below.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of. It looks familiar. But I wanted to say that with the massive cargo of the wind power blade, it actually now makes complete sense to have it in the game, because we have now the place in Colorado where they make these.
Yes.
And we are going to be able to haul it from there to Kansas where they need them, right?
Yes,
because of the
right.
wind and wind
This
energy.
is actually
and
first time where we have like cross DLCs.
and long one.
A long one,
Yeah.
like really long one. So yeah, definitely worth rethinking if whether or not to have special transport
Yeah,
DLC.
absolutely. Which is this update is going to be unlocked for you with the Kansas DLC as well, because you always, to be able to drive certain special transport route, you need to have in the game the starting and the final destination.
Right.
So, and then if these new routes end in Kansas, you need to have the Kansas, of course, to be able to enjoy the long journey of a special transport carrying the wind power blade, the massive long one. But you mentioned the business trip to Kansas, the research trip. We did a blog post about it. Can you tell more about how the idea was born to actually go there and see it, and how what you guys seen, and how did it help the project?
The idea is pretty simple. We are all Europeans, and for some of us, we cannot
except you, Mark.
Sorry. But yeah, like the majority of SCS, of course.
But you are now European as well.
Is European, and we have absolutely no imagination other than Hollywood how America looks, right?
Yeah.
And the vision through Hollywood is rather misinterpretation,
like
I would
bent
say.
a little bit.
Yes, it's not what
It's not
it
Michael,
really is.
It's not Michael Bay worlds every time.
Right. So for us, it's really worth to see it in person and to gain the perspective of just how big things really are in US, how different it is, how roads are built, and to actually drive on them. One of the biggest differences is that in United States, every single curve is bended, like much more than you would have it bent
Why is that?
in Europe.
Do you know why?
Do you mean like the banking?
Banking.
Yeah.
It's bank, not bend. Sorry.
What does it
bank.
mean? What does it mean? Like the
So it's when it's like the road comes
the
up
outer sides of the roads are like.
Yeah, so
Bang.
as you come around the car, like think NASCAR. You know, when they go into the bend, and it's like it keeps you on the road, right? Yeah.
So that's the purpose, to help you keep on the road.
Of course,
actually?
yes. It's more safe because I think of it as a imagine for us it's not imaginable because we only have a driving license when we are 18, right?
True, but
Whilst
they
in
can do
America they
16,
can give
right?
you the driving license when you are 16, and the vision of giving something so responsible as a driving of a car, the responsibility of driving the car to a 16 years old child is it's rather dangerous. You have to build the infrastructure so that it's as easy to use as possible. In America,
So
they
it
have
actually
big,
helps you to lead you through the roads.
I mean,
kind
yes,
of.
we were able to drive like 12 hours every day, and we were not tired because
Okay.
the car would be just basically, it would stay in the lane
Mm-hmm.
with minimal effort. This is the biggest difference. Whilst when I drive to my sisters here in Brno, it's just 2 hours of drive on Czech freeways, and
I mean, Czech freeways are quite legendary for the stage or shape of
not
the-
anymore. They repaired a lot of that, but still the
Okay,
banking is
yeah.
something that would require much bigger investment,
Yeah.
right? And it was built ages ago
Mhm.
with different mindsets, so
But also the US roads are a lot wider,
wider,
right? Even
but
in
also their cars are
even bigger, like a
Yeah.
lot bigger, right? But even in small cities or towns or settlements or how to call it, like you still are able to see like 6-lane roads, like in small cities, like you
yeah.
know,
When the situation
or 4 lanes
requires
at least.
when the situation requires 6 lanes, they put 6 lanes because they have the space for it.
Yeah, true.
They are not so limited with the space as we are in Europe because everything happened in distant past,
Uh-huh.
right? The first roads were basically where the horse would be able to go, and then somebody would pave it and make it concrete, asphalt, or whatever else. So the roads were built completely different.
Okay, I see.
So this
So-
so that's the idea of why we need to go there, why we need to experience it. Once we actually stopped by one curve in I think it was somewhere in the state of Missouri, and we measured that the bank is actually so huge that if a person stays on the lower edge of the curve, the higher edge is in the level of their head.
Is the
It's that big.
okay?
It's like, and it was just 2-lane road. I mean, one lane there, one lane back.
Okay,
Big difference.
that's a big difference. Yeah. Okay, so what all did you what all did you visit in Kansas during the
Ooh.
research trip, and which is also in the game? in the
We were
DLC?
basically focusing only to the roads
Okay.
that are in the game or that were planned for the game. So we started on Interstate 70 going from Denver, Colorado.
Mhm.
We entered the Kansas near the Colorado. It's like the city that you would have on the border of Colorado and Kansas. They would call it Colorado, right? And then
I
we
like that.
continued towards Colby and made it to Hayes.
Mhm.
Those cities that we have on Interstate 70.
Are
in
those
the
big
game.
cities in real?
No,
in real
like
life?
rather small towns with their peace.
Mhm.
It seemed like quiet, peaceful, and with a not very rushed life.
Mhm.
Actually, it was rather interesting to see how the atmosphere changed
Mhm.
compared to
Mhm.
big cities like Denver or even bigger cities like Chicago, where we finished the business trips in.
Did you also see some of the bigger cities in Kansas, like?
Yeah. Then we
Wichita.
after Hayes, we continued to Hutchinson.
So you've actually seen the biggest site.
Yeah, we have been there. We have flown our drone around it so that we can gain another perspective of just how big it is.
Hey, that's a
Maybe
pity
probably-
we don't have the video here for today.
I think we cannot probably
We will-
load it
we
on
will sh-
Samba.
don't
but
worry,
some
don't
other
worry,
day,
Chad.
some other day we will
it.
definitely
Yeah,
show it
we will
show
show
it
it
to you. And we were taking some references from above to be able to maybe recreate some textures for the game and just like see the patterns of the grass, because Kansas as much as they irrigate the grass around, the feeling of it is pretty dry,
Mhm.
or at least it seemed to me
Okay.
that the grass
Okay.
there is like mostly dry, like yellowish, grayish.
Okay. So you as a lead of this DLC, were you also like actively still modeling and or not modeling, like building the content, or is your role nowadays more of a to be a manager of a team and
Yeah,
to
unfortunately, as the company grows, like it's not a bad thing that the company grows, but the word unfortunately I'm using because it doesn't allow us to be in contact so much as we were used to be in like before.
You mean with the creative part
With
of
the creative part, with the entire team, the bigger team we have, the more you have these directing costs,
Mhm.
let's say. So more meetings, more things to evaluate, more things to plan actually. because,
Yeah,
like,
definitely for the
Yeah.
leads, right? So
and
which
this
is kind of your
in
role
this
nowadays.
term,
So
in this term, we had great senior. We already mentioned him, Dubak,
yeah,
who really helped us with the managing part, so that I could concentrate on the production or the production, not as in terms of actual production in editor, but the preparing of the production. How's it called? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but I don't know how to describe it in English.
Yeah.
Any-
Because like when somebody is like a producer,
yeah.
it doesn't mean that they produce, but they
It's like
basically
making sure that everything is ready when the team
and then
need
it
it,
flows.
and
Yeah, okay. So that was mostly my role, trying to figure out how to make these custom depots. We had many meetings about that as well. Max, the guy responsible for economy, was a big part of this thing.
I mean, every project big like this
Yes.
always runs through all the departments, right? At the end
Yeah.
of the day, anyway. So, but do you like miss it? I kind of feel from you that you miss the days when you were like building the cities and the you know, in editor as
of
well.
course I do. I think the last proper city that I did was Seattle in Washington DLC,
Oh,
and
that's
it's like
quite a long
5 years
time. That's
5
quite a
years
long
ago,
time,
right? And since then I was only reskinning or redesigning Las Vegas, adding the
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
freeway, and now I hope I will not spoil too much, but I was doing redesign of San Francisco lately.
Ooh, okay.
So something
Something is
huge
happening.
coming.
Something is happening. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, San Francisco being in California, right?
Yeah,
It's actually a California rework project.
It's California Rework project.
Yeah.
It's announced. Everybody knows that it's
Yeah.
gonna happen, and everybody knows that we are.
So actually,
in the
you are doing
production.
the city of San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm trying to do as much as possible
Nice.
for San Francisco. For Kansas DLC, I was only able to do one small part of Interstate 44 as a connection from Oklahoma to Kansas DLC, but that was like very little part. So
I see. Mark, there's some few people in the chat, like giving us some orders to let you speak. So can you say how do you enjoying trucking through the Kansas?
I'm having a great time. This is awesome. This is like, to me, these are the memories of trucking.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask,
love.
like, does it bring any memories? Or
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like, it's like some of the other places in the game world right now, they can almost be like a bit stressful, you know, like going through the mountains and
like
stuff
too
like that.
busy,
in
too hectic,
Washington.
like.
Yeah, and that's the way they are in real life. You know, you climb in mountains in you know, Bozeman, Montana. It can, you know, it'll give you some gray hairs, right? But this is just like, this is like driving through Kansas. Like I want to be listening to some, like, you know, Tragically Hip or some other Canadian band, and
Should we bring you headphones? Like, should we bring you headphones?
I'll be
with-
vibing. Do it.
vibing.
does it feel like Kansas?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like this is like the rolling hills kind of off in the distance there. This is like totally, like even that rest area, the parallel parking as opposed to the typical diagonal parking.
Yeah.
You know, these are all like everything. You guys definitely got like the feel of Kansas down, 100%. Like,
This was the thing, because when we first had a look on Kansas, it seemed to be like perfectly flat, but it isn't. Like even when we have been there, we just watched how the country is like waved or how to call it, I don't know.
yeah, I
But
call
you
it
know
just
what
the
I mean.
rolling hills. Like
Yeah, rolling
you're
hills.
never quite on flat land. You're always going a little bit
Yeah.
up and a little bit down, a little bit up and a little bit down, right?
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
waves.
Yeah, like waves,
Yeah.
basically. So that's why I use the wave term. I think we will have some space for a little bit more flatter countries later. I know.
Oh, when
Illinois
we get
or
to
South
Nebraska?
Dakota.
Oh, yeah.
Nebraska. Yeah. So it
Is
will
it-
be
is it-
time
is
for
it
those.
flat?
I
A lot,
think
like
it is.
just,
the
just
wa-
flat or
The west end of the state is, you know, as you get closer to Wyoming, it's a little bit, you know, it's got some little hills and stuff like that, and some pretty cool terrain.
pretty
But
cool,
yeah,
pretty cool silo, or was it?
Oh,
What's that on?
oh yeah,
on-
what's this here we got here?
That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you were holding another of the new upcoming farm machinery DLC cargos, right? Is
Yeah.
it the GL tractor? new
Yeah,
one?
the Greenler crawler tractor.
Nice. Chat, for those who connected later today's stream and missed yesterday's stream, with the release of Kansas expansion, we are also bringing a new cargo pack called Farm Machinery DLC, which will brings 9 new cargos. All of them are machines related to agriculture or farming, and a few cabin accessories. I believe it's 5 awesome cabin accessories. And Mark actually has a few of them in the interior, right? You have the scarecrow on the dashboard.
Yeah,
There's
I'm afraid to look in the
Yeah.
sleeper again because I might get yelled at. But just really quick, we got the.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
There's a plush toy. There is a lunch box in a that looks like a barn. There is a model of a harvester. Awesome. I mean, I love the barn. I love the barn.
This guy's my favorite. I just look at that.
Yeah, he nods. He nods.
He agrees.
He agrees.
He agrees. He agrees.
Hey, buddy, is Kansas good? There we go.
Nah,
Nice.
you see in that chat. I mean, it's confirmed. 10 out of 10.
But even like that little town we just went through there like 3 minutes ago, like the way it's laid out, that's exactly what you see from the highway. You see, 2 or 3 hotels, a bunch of burger joints, because that's what it is. These little towns pop up on the interstates as, these little communities, because this is the artery for the country, right? This is how people and freight and everything moves, right? And the towns build up around the interstate. So 100%, like, spot on.
Awesome to hear that, like, from someone who actually used to be trucking in those destinations.
Yeah, like see right here, so we got the hotel by the road, right? Little gas station,
True.
truck stops. No, definitely, like this just feels like Kansas. Yeah.
Awesome. So Patrick, you said like the whole production of this project started almost exactly a year ago on November 15th. How big was your team?
We had 13 people.
For the whole duration of the production,
For
or
the
was
whole-
it changing? Like few people
I
were.
think we only like, let's say, lost one person who was too busy doing science, and he become a science specialist.
Oh, you mean
helping-
Natwander?
No. Natwander was like full-time
Like science specialist,
Science
yeah.
specialist, but we had to sacrifice Nikolai for several months. Our
I know,
great super
yeah.
senior, who we hired from the map modding community. Great guy, but with the great responsibility.
Yeah.
You see, he was just too busy. So he
Because
did.
it's actually quite big and important task, right? To do the science in a
It
proper
really-
way, or how
yes,
to call it.
it really adds the feeling
Yeah.
of the true Americanness,
Yeah.
let's say.
And I know that quite a lot of people in the community, they are actually driving without any GPS, just using the signs and enjoying that they are proper recreation.
The level of detail that we brought to the science when we hired Natwander and when Nikolai dived into it really increased. So it's great to see that it's like
Yeah.
almost. I'm not afraid to say it's exactly what you would find on the
Mhm.
roads there.
It must be so hard because of the scale of our game. You can't have signs literally exactly where
Guys
they
are doing pretty
like-
good job
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Somehow, I don't know how magically being able to fit all necessary signs that should be there. They are.
Oh,
all
what's
there.
that? What's that? What's
Oh,
that?
accident. Oh.
Is that Darius in his truck?
You can't park there.
You can park there. Oh, Darius is actually in the studio. He's showing some
Gestures.
and
I
it's
think he
it's
thinks
not
you're
a
number
pink,
one.
it's not an index of pinky. Yeah. So he skipped his parking and visited us in the studio. Yeah, but back to the Kansas and the production. Like you mentioned the difficulties with not having the assets done in a time you guys would need them. Was there anything else that made the production challenging, or on the other hand, was anything unique or really fun to do, or
I think
some highlights?
I think when we started this pre-production, as I said, we were looking on the street view and several pictures typical for Kansas, and we saw just endless grass plains, and we immediately knew that it would look not very good in any engine, like in any game, because it's just all the same grass all over around you, and we had to come up with some solution how to make it good looking in a game, but still representing the flat and less grass plains. You know what I mean? So this was rather challenging, but
how did you manage that? Like
basically we had to come up with some new materials that would have like different as you can probably see there, like they have like different clutters, or the I don't know how to if to really go deep into the technical stuff, but the clutter is basically a small texture that appears as a few stables of grass.
Okay.
Know what I mean?
Okay.
And they should be like, when you look around, they are not all the same.
True.
Like,
some of
it's
them
like,
are
it's
more.
mixed.
Some
Yes.
of them are more brownish.
Yeah,
or,
some are like lower, higher,
Yeah,
and we
true.
just mix them so that it feels like grassy, but yet different. Some of them are more brownish, some of them are more greenish. That's where the
Mark, did you miss your
random-
turn?
I missed my turn.
Oh, nice.
Can you stop riding over the grass we are talking about, please?
Okay, it's okay. We got lockers.
Hey, look at that farm. That's a nice one. Oh, the plane is actually like.
Oh, the crop duster in the background. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Nice. Awesome. And I heard a story. Maybe I'm jumping from topic to topic, but I only like follow my brains as it serves me the questions and the ideas to what to ask you to. But I heard a story that you guys, when you were doing the Kansas research trip, you as well recorded some ambient sounds.
Right,
somewhere,
that's
like-
true. When we get off the car in Topeka, we heard this incredible noise. We didn't know what it was. It was just super loud, and it was also hearable, like with the closed doors
in the car.
inside the
come
car.
on.
Like, what's going on? And it was like this a higher pitch noise, white noise or something like that. And then we realized it comes from the trees, so it's like something like crickets or
Okay.
how is it called?
Oh,
Cicadas.
cicadas. Yeah.
Cicadas?
Cicadas.
Alright,
Yeah.
cicadas or something like that. And you hear them everywhere.
They
in-
can be that loud that you can hear them in the car. Actually.
Oh
like-
yeah.
Oh, yeah, like super loud. So we actually we unloaded the microphone and we recorded a few samples and give it to our sound masters, and they were able to process it as a sample, and so we have like a real sound from real Kansas in our Kansas. So it's like super authentic.
That's so cool. Like, so Chad, if you will hear a few crickets or cicadas, you can be sure that those are actually the cicadas from Kansas. The sound is or has been recorded there. So that's so cool. Like these, it's cool. It's cool that this idea came to your mind, guys, when you were there, and to record it and bring
it would
back.
it would be a pity not to record it actually.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so can you maybe, and please don't spoil much, but can you tell us a little bit what's ahead of you and your team now as next?
Well, we are
after
heading to
this?
some neighboring states.
Okay, so we are not jumping to Florida.
We are not jumping to Florida, at least not for
Okay.
the upcoming year, and we are moving towards Chicago, and it's gonna be neighboring states of Kansas, and that's pretty much what I can say
That's
because it
only
hasn't
a
been
few,
announced.
there's only a few options, right?
Like, yeah, not too
Because,
many
like,
options are
down
there.
we
but
already have that state, right?
yeah, some people in the chat are guessing.
I mean, there
like,
is someone like Patrick. Please, can you blink your eyes 5 times to secretly confirm that you are now working on Missouri?
5 times, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe
like,
not.
who knows?
We'll see.
Who
We'll
knows?
see.
It
Yeah.
can be some other. It can be Illinois. That's also close to Chicago, but it's not really neighboring state.
True. We will see.
It
But
depends
there are
how.
actually only 2 options, right? Because like
Yeah. It depends how
3,
good.
maybe we
it
can.
depends how
Yeah.
good in geography you are.
I'm very bad. So there's 7 options.
Yeah.
Nah, but I have another question in mind. It just slipped out. I wanted to ask, like, you as a lead of the DLC, I guess you were constantly checking the whole DLC, so you have it, you know it on like back and forth.
Right, but as it is the type of environment as it is in Kansas, it becomes more and more hard for me to identify where certain locations are. Like, it was pretty easy until probably until Colorado. Then in Texas, I got like completely lost because
So much you've
so
seen
similar,
so much
and
already, like-
yes, and you've seen so much, and you only have like one mental capacity to hold
True.
so much information in your head.
True.
So I probably wouldn't be able to identify very exactly where we are if I wouldn't see the UI map.
Yeah, but my question was heading more towards. I wanted to ask if there is any. Are there any like secret roads in Kansas?
We have some of them. And it would be great if players would explore as much as possible because it's an achievement for Kansas. If you explore all secret roads that we hidden in Kansas, then you get an achievement from Steam.
Nice. So all the achievement hunters now, you have a proper challenge. But don't Google a guide after a month how to do it. Do it
this
the proper way.
This is an unfortunate period because people can just Google it, YouTube it, and just see where it is.
Where's the fun? Where's the fun in it?
Like? Hunt it for
Hunt it on your own, guys. Hunt it on your own. And are there any? Probably you will not spoil, but are there any Easter eggs as well? Any references?
There are some references because some movies actually or fairy tales even are related to the state of Kansas, like Wizard of Oz.
Is it?
Right? Like
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Is it?
The House of Dorothy is actually in a liberal in Kansas.
Is it?
It's a small settlement southwest.
I need to rewatch that movie.
I have never seen it.
Mark, did you see it?
I just
Have I seen The Wizard of Oz? Of course.
I mean, I probably seen it, but so many years back that I will need to rewatch it.
To be fair, I think they're only in Kansas in the movie for like maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as some people are suggesting here, also Superman is from Kansas. Like, the
Smallville
spaceship landed.
Clark Kent is from Smallville, right?
Yeah, from Smallville.
And that's in Kansas.
No.
Is it? No.
Wait. I remembered how it was, but I got lost. It's somehow that he was raised in this Kent farm by Kents. That is in Kansas. Superman.
So that's not Smallville?
I think it is.
Chat.
Is it? Chat, okay.
Chat, be the judge.
Is it Smallville? I don't know. I have never seen Superman.
Educate us, chat.
Sorry. Smallville is fictional, but in Kansas.
Oh, okay.
It's
now
a fictional
I get it. Now I get it. Now I get it. Okay.
That is supposed to be in
so
Kansas.
So is there an Easter egg of his ship?
No, but there is some other Easter eggs. Find on your own.
Oh. Okay. So, is there? Would you? Oh no. Let me ask this first. You as a guy that works for 7, 8, 9 years in the game industry, but you've been like doing mods even before joining STS for a few years, right? If I remember correctly.
Since 2005.
So is game industry and games and video games still your passion after all these years? Do you still play games in your free time, or?
This is a complicated topic because if you work in a chocolate factory, you probably don't eat too much of a chocolate.
True, right?
When you return home, and I think it's partially applicable to computer games as well. Yet I still, if I find some time, I enjoy playing some games. I recently bought myself a PlayStation 5 and I rather enjoy the VR experience, exploring the new features, and hopefully one day when we will be also
playing our game
playing
in
our
VR
game
and on PS5.
On PS5,
that would be awesome.
Yeah. Actually, it's good to play other games so that you see where the game industry is.
Yeah, it's kind of
and
like
you can sometimes inspire yourself.
Doing your homework, right? Like do research. Like
yes, that's why we have some PlayStation here in the office. Like it's a part of our work to play games, to stay informed, to stay tuned to the industry.
Oh, so what kind of games you like the most, or which game have you played as a last one?
I always enjoy car racing games, trucks, and these kind of things. Is
it like proper simulators, more like
arcades, Hot Wheels, for example?
Nice.
Like
so it always sticks
arcades.
with something that has wheels on. Like.
Something that has wheels.
Yeah,
that's my thing. I'm a guy. I'm a technical person, so
that's nice.
Wheels it is.
That's nice. And I wanted to also ask you, because we are one could say that now with all the map DLCs we created for American Trucks, and we are kind of in the middle, let's say, in the
We
middle
actually
of the...
are in the middle because
Yeah.
Kansas is a geographical center of United States, of the lower
Nice.
48
Nice.
United States.
So we are halfway there.
If you don't count Alaska and Hawaii,
Uh-huh.
we are in the middle.
Okay, so from the states that still left to be recreated, which one are you looking forward to the most? To be maybe even working on, or just to see it
To
coming?
be honest, Tennessee,
Tennessee? Why? Why is that?
because I have been there several times. It has a very magical atmosphere, I would say. Somehow, even people there seems to be like smiling a little bit more, welcoming a little bit more. I remember visiting this small town of Columbia. It's close to Nashville, and also like the music that was created that somehow has roots in Nashville, and it's like somehow it speaks to me, you know.
So it's gonna be Tennessee for you.
Tennessee, and I today we had a meeting about future of America, and I was somehow trying to book
Tennessee for you, for you and your team?
for our team,
Yeah.
yeah. So, and
Have you been
to
successful with that?
It seems that I have been successful. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't know yet if Tennessee offers a road network necessary to act as a standalone DLC. So we were
okay, so
thinking about
that's-
maybe bundling it with some other states. Probably Kentucky would be a good choice to have like bundle of Kentucky and Tennessee.
But
As
Kentucky is quite
one.
big.
It is, but the connections is
Okay.
what matters.
Okay, we will see about that in the future, I guess. Then, Mark, what state would it be for you from those that are not already in the ADS?
What do I want to see the most?
Yeah, yeah,
Ooh, that's a good question.
yeah.
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin.
That's an
Michigan.
answer I did not expect.
Really?
No,
What were you thinking? Like Alabama?
no, I
No?
was thinking about like Florida, New York, or
The thing about
No,
Florida
like-
is that it doesn't accept the coastline. It's, for me as a map designer, it's tree walls, right? It's like a corridor in woods in a very monotonous
Yeah, that's true.
country. It's like not.
but there are swamps. And
Yeah, they are,
crocodiles
but
everywhere.
you also have them in Louisiana. If I would vote between Louisiana and Florida, I would pick Louisiana.
Okay, okay.
You?
Wisconsin.
Louisiana is a very interesting state. Yeah, absolutely. It's got those really long bridges on I-10. I guess kind of like more like causeways. I don't know what you would call them. There's some of those bridges are like 20 miles long, 25 miles
20
long.
miles long
Oh, yeah.
bridge.
Yeah, but they're just over the swamp because they can't build on the ground, right? It's
So they
all-
actually move as you drive on them?
No,
Like,
no,
they're a
they're
bit-
they're
all
on
concrete,
pillars.
yeah.
Which is interesting because I was just thinking we just went through one from New Orleans towards Interstate 10. I
Oh
guess.
yeah, the big causeway
the
there.
big,
yeah.
the big one.
Yeah.
40 kilometers, or I don't know how many miles.
40
it is.
kilometers long
40
bridge.
kilometers long bridge. It's like
Wow.
you don't even see the end of the bridge. So I was actually thinking like, how we going?
Is it
to
like
make
straight
it
or
completely
Yeah,
straight?
completely straight? Okay.
Except
the
one little like hill.
What's the speed
like,
limit on it?
Speed limit is like I think 50 or something like that.
Ah.
And you have 2 lanes without emergency lane, so, or
Oh,
like
okay.
without shoulder.
Yeah.
So if
So
any-
it actually goes like through a lake, but
Yeah.
the whole lake is only like I don't know 15 feet deep. It's very shallow. So yeah.
So if any like unfortunate crash happens on the bridge,
It blocks entire.
it blocks everyone.
Yeah. They have some, I think 3 or 4 locations where you can actually stop, but only for emergency purposes. Like there is a sign saying if you enter here, you can only get out only with the police assistance.
What?
They have a camera. They will scan the license plate, and you have to wait for the police to come.
Why is
If-
that?
because it's how to explain it? Like you have 2 lanes, then you have like this spot, and I can totally imagine that if people would just stop there, they would completely block it with just taking pictures and this kind of
I
stuff,
see.
unimportant stuff.
I see. Yeah. We are living in the era of Instagram, and everyone wants a
Yeah.
picture everywhere.
and people like try to fish off it too. That's a common thing.
So they are like actually doing that. They go there with their car. They stop the car on the bridge and they go fishing.
Anywhere there's like a bridge over a river in the southern U.S. and you go through there any time of the day, there'll be a bunch of cars stopped on either side of the bridge, and it's people either on the
fishing?
bridge or like on the banks right below it.
Can confirm.
Yeah, fishing is a culture in the U.S.
I mean, yeah, but
I was
don't you
surprised.
guys? I mean, can't you guys do it like at the bank of the river and not on the bridge?
I
Like-
was surprised to when I was doing Port of Seattle. There was this bridge going to the port, like obviously not very clean water
Yeah.
because it's in the port.
People are
and there
still
was
fishing.
this sign like "Do not fish here."
That's the best catfish, man. It's spicy. It glows.
Oh yeah, you can get some superpowers by eating
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Right? Oh, but back to Wisconsin. Why Wisconsin?
It's just probably part of it is because it's a little bit like Ontario in a lot of ways. It's that northern deciduous forest and all that, but it's a beautiful state. It has these little mountains that you wouldn't even realize are mountains because you're constantly, like Patrick said, like in those tree walls, right? But every once in a while you end up in with this like just really cool dramatic overlook as the trees break, or the banks of Lake Michigan and stuff like that, Green Bay. It's a beautiful, very green, very beautiful state. And Michigan, for that reason, was my second pick, because northern Michigan is just the other side of the lake from Wisconsin, right? Southern Michigan is a little, that's where you got Detroit and stuff like that, and you get closer to Indiana, you get all the industry and all that. It's just both of them are I think probably two of the most underrated states in America as far as like just the beauty of them.
Because like, to be honest, I've never heard about Wisconsin and like to be
They got a lot of cheese too. I know you checks like your cheese. Wisconsin's.
I mean,
I know
right?
Wisconsin
Yeah.
only because of cheese,
yeah, okay.
and because of Life with Louis was somehow related to Wisconsin.
I
Because of what?
overcooked that one a bit.
Because of what?
Life with Louis. You know what I'm talking
Life
about?
with Louis.
The Louis Anderson. There was this cartoon when I was a kid. It was on TV. It was
You
called
need to-
Life with Louis.
You have to show it to me
Okay, one day
later.
I will.
Okay.
I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Okay, I believe we are slowly getting to the end of the time we had for you as a second guest, Patrick, and we will shortly join Chenda, who will join us through his mobile phone and through the camera from the party here in the office, celebrating the release of the Kansas, and I believe you will see a lot of our colleagues wearing the Sunflower t-shirt. We so exclusively bring one piece of it with the stickers made by Annie, and the design on the t-shirt was made by Annie as well, and we brought these items into the giveaway. But before we say goodbye to you, do you have any shout outs to your teammates or any message towards the community on all the truckers that are going to explore Kansas
I'm
in a few
incredibly
moments?
grateful for the community that is so excited about a state that we have been worried about in terms of how much fun it can offer, but people seem to be very excited
Oh,
and
yeah.
cannot wait for it.
They
So
do,
I'm
yeah.
very happy that there is this excitement from the community. I hope that they will have fun driving through it. It has its own vibe. It's very, very special. Driving through real Kansas was like, as in doesn't disturb you so much with the landmarks and with everything. You kind of have your peace. You can be with your own thoughts. So I think probably people will be able to enjoy this moments
Absolutely.
with our games. So
Absolutely, yeah. That completely aligns with what Mark said about his experience of trucking in Kansas, and that completely aligns also with what I've been seeing from the community. That a lot of people are actually like very exciting.
yeah, play some
excited
country
to-
music and go
Yeah,
through Kansas.
yeah.
That's
Nice.
the vibe.
Well, Patrick, thank you your team for all the hard work, for bringing Kansas into the family of states that are going to be already available for American Truck Simulator.
Thanks for the invitation.
And I hope we will see you in a few months with
upcoming state.
With upcoming state again.
Of course. Yeah, as soon as possible, of course, as
Yeah.
usually. All right, we will do our best. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And
thanks.
Benny, I know it's your time. I think it's your time to switch to Chenda, and let's see how the party goes on here in the office. And we will be back with Pavel as our last today's guest, the CEO of the company, in a few moments as well. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Hey, look on my phone. They actually having a party. Okay, plug it up. that's all right. Yeah, it was almost dead anyway. So I just should have been plugged it up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody got it. Somebody got a cam on to walk around. It's in the headphones, so you can't hear it. And then plus, I'm still streaming. Mm-hmm. Oh, they be smashing. Shoot, the first day I seen them, when they started really showing it, when they was doing the DLCs and they started showing it, that's when I knew they was partying. Now that atmosphere, you'll want to come to work. You know, point. That's why I said I don't understand why they won't people won't create that kind of energy. It's serious business, but it ain't that serious. If you do what you're supposed to do, allow people to be themselves. You know, I guarantee they got all kinds of little sleep rooms and all that stuff. Yeah, they got catering. That's similar to the little thing we had. They got little burgers, but you can't hear it anyway. They got it muted, so you can't hear it anyway. Which that's the way you're supposed to do it anyway. Technically, I mean, they just
And we are back, and with us here in the studio is our last guest for today, Pavel Shebor, the CEO of the company. Pavel, how are you?
Great.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me here again.
Yeah, again.
The frequency is increasing, and we are going to see each other again, I guess, in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, true, but
For
you don't miss
stream?
any of these streams, right?
So far, so good. Yeah.
Yeah. I can see you have a quite nice t-shirt. It's kind of a...
You can see it, but...
The guys probably can see you are ghosting a little bit.
I'm ghosting. It's about green-ish. Okay.
Because I believe the green screen is too big here, and it's kind of captured a little bit of 10 of green, but it's actually yeah. It doesn't work either, but we will need to wait for Benny to switch for the close-up camera, I guess, to remind you guys about the exclusive piece of our new t-shirts that will be in a giveaway at the end of the stream. But Pavel, so we are at almost at the release of another map DLC, Kansas State. How do you feel about the whole project? And
it's as always, it's a relief to have one more chapter behind us. This time, I've seen some glimpses of the previous discussion here with Patrick. This time it went quite smooth. I wouldn't say surprisingly, because the guys already kind of got good kind of control over all this already. As we always say, after Texas, anything is like okay, easy.
Yeah.
So it was so smooth, and the team managed in between of all the work to fly for their research trip to the US. They managed to do pre-production for yet another planned DLC. And a couple of months, and surprisingly, they managed to pull it off. But in practice, again, I not that much in detail, but pre-production, the actual front of the production, and the clearing stuff with post-production, optimizing, it's still over a year, actually. So while it may make the impression that we are quite quick now, it's just because we have managed to have multiple teams in parallel, overlapping the design, the pipelines. So it went really well. I've actually already been watching a few YouTube movies from people who got access from the early access, and people were saying quite nice things about the DLC too. So cool. It looks great.
Yeah, and we kind of touched it with Patrick as well, but with the Kansas, we are actually like confirmed to be in the middle of the US with all our states, like geographically
the trouble is geographically, yes, but when it comes to the population of the continent,
that's
I think like 2/3 live to the east of, what is it, Appalachians, or is it
I believe it's the Mississippi River.
Mississippi River. Okay, so we are geographically covering quite a bit of land,
but the
players, the local patriots, maybe still waiting at the other side of the river for us.
Okay, so that's actually like now the goal, to get to the Mississippi River, kind of, or
I don't think we actually mentioned it. I think the goal for me would be kind of to hit the huge population like region around the big lakes, around, let's say, towards Chicago, towards like Route 66 kind of direction, like take this dive towards the center of the continent, a little bit up north. But we have to keep kind of the wave rolling across the continent more or less uniformly. You don't want some weird tentacles. You want nice geometry, nice topology of the playground to have. So it's not like we would be really doing a prong like somewhere across the continent. But still, we are now in states, have been through some states that are not that populous, not that populated. And once we reach bigger centers, bigger density regions, then I guess yet more players will finally see, okay, I want to drive through my neighborhood.
Yeah, there's probably is a lot of people waiting for their state to be in the family of states for American Trust, or how to call it, right? Yeah, that's gonna be good to see. But a few years back, like when we were starting with American Truck Simulator with California, Arizona, and Nevada, and now we have like, what's the total number of states we have with Kansas now? Did anyone, Mark is counting that? It's like over 10, I believe.
I want to say we're on 11 or 12 now.
Yeah,
Could be.
Kansas.
probably.
Could be. We know that the Great Plains calling is going to contain now, as of today, 7 states.
Oh, chat says 14 actually.
14.
Well, his name
Okay.
is the Blind Trucker, so I don't know if we can trust his counting.
The blind trucker.
So it's not so bad. And I think looking back, it was so naive and crazy in 2016, was it? To release just this little bit, a little corner of the US, California, Nevada, Arizona, and hope to, with that team of, I don't know, 12, 15 people, to be able to pull it off and get across the whole continent. Now
What's the current number of? Can you or do you know like at least the approximate number of how many people are in the company located to American Truck Simulator? Or
I would say we are very fair towards both fan bases. When it comes to map designers, which dictates everything else, we are kind of 50-50 and literally 50-50, 50 people just doing the map. That means about the same number of asset people who do the various buildings, landmarks, all that. In practice, this also includes the vegetation team, the greenery
vegetable team, as they like to call themselves.
The team that is now specializing on the road system and intersections and all that. We have quite a bunch of people in the company in like a future projects kind of technology team that's improving the pedestrians and all the animations and working on new materials and all that. A lot of it is still like forward-looking stuff, not yet playing the game, but and when you basically split everything else in half. Programmers, you guys in marketing, the vehicle team is also very balanced about it. So SCS is now like 320 people, something like that. You have to have it to get to the final number, and on top of that, we have great partnerships with a few outsourcing companies. That would be a total of 50 more people. So 360, 370, I don't know, split by half. That's the number of people really contributing on a daily basis, every day, every week, all the year round, to just American Truck Simulator. And the other half, of course, to the sister project, Euro Truck Simulator 2. So it kind of shows in, you see the detail, you see the crazy amount of thinking about every square inch almost to have something there that makes sense. But it's never enough. We thought, with the next milestone, like 200 to 250, 250 to 300, I would say, okay, that's finally kind of comfortable. But then you find out that there's a lot of research that you have to do. So I didn't mention this team, but there's like 20, maybe 20 plus now people doing research, which is kind of locations counting, not just for the map, though. It's about economy, it's about the vehicles, about a lot of stuff. And they complain there's not enough of them because they have to be a year or two ahead of everybody else producing the stuff.
They are kind of the first, right, in every project.
Yeah, they say just today in a meeting, I've heard that they have like 12 map DLCs in various stages of pre-production or research. So a lot of stuff happening in the company. And that may be, a bridge towards. I know that we had some questions prepared, and I remember one of them. What's next with
SCS?
We
can feel free to jump like through whatever comes to your mind. Like I will probably jump through questions as well. But so you touched that. So what do you think that's the future for not only American Truck Simulator, but maybe for the company and our games?
Well, right now we are what seems to be like a reasonably controlled or trajectory where we execute on producing stuff, but you never should fall asleep at the wheel, and and sit on your laurels, so whatever the idioms are, and we need to strive for improvements. So there is a lot of work on the new engine core, on the new system, new buffering system that basically is going to allow us to finally switch to
new
future tech,
platforms,
to
like,
DirectX 12 and Vulkan, and also pave the way for the consoles. There is a lot of work on new characters, new
Oh, okay.
you know,
Like pedestrians.
people walking
and,
around,
okay.
the drivers
Oh,
that
as well.
we have totally deserve
Oh.
looking into after so many years of looking at
Nice.
the same face. You know, we have so many
Like even
hopes for
Yeah.
so many hopes for new procedurally generated buildings that should speed up the process of building, especially for cities, for the bigger density architecture, where we don't want to repeat the same item again and again, the same building that was built 3 years ago that we reused. People want more variety. But then all that needs more talent, all that needs more skill, more bandwidth.
Yeah, but we are kind of growing fast. Like over the, I don't know the numbers, but like it feels like the company gets more colleagues every year, and every month there is someone new joining the teams, and it's kind of cool to see that.
You know, don't quote me on exact numbers, but I think we did really grow by like 50 people per year in the past 3 years.
It's quite a lot.
Which
yeah.
never is kind of planned, but it always, you know, we so seldom would refuse a talented person knocking at our door and then you know, asking if we have an idea about using their talent.
Like for example, our new colleague Mark as well, right? Like
Oh, be careful! You don't want to start telling people I'm talented. That's going to ruin my reputation.
Yeah, but that's kind of also a cool thing for me. Like I kind of remember SCS when it was like 40, 50 people. Now it's like 300. But I still feel like it's very, I don't know, like family-ish atmosphere around. I don't know what how do you feel about it, Mark, after your how many 6 weeks, 7 weeks in the company? Or?
Yeah, I think this is now the end of my 7th week, and it's been an extremely friendly atmosphere. I haven't encountered anyone yet that didn't make me feel at home. Like when I walk outside the office, I realize I'm in a foreign country and stuff like that from where I grew up. But when I'm in here, it feels like home. I'm not intimidated in any way. You know, it's a incredibly warm, friendly atmosphere.
So
Great
so
to
glad
hear.
that
Great to hear. Yeah.
this workplace is so, you know, prepared to bring people from abroad and integrate them so well into the team structure.
Absolutely, but
we were lucky with Mark. Let's be honest, we were so lucky.
Oh, I appreciate you saying that. I feel the same way.
Yeah, but I also wanted to say, like, with having like 320 and plus people now, do you? Because I actually do feel like that. But do you feel like we are now getting into the stage where, for example, these map DLCs, these states for both of the games, can run quite smoothly enough on their own, and so we dare to try even new projects that we probably would not dare a few years back to start?
We may be getting there finally. I've been maybe hinting at this internally in the company for sure, but maybe, I don't know, in one of these talks I sometimes speculate on
I don't even mean like new games completely.
Yeah, but we need to get into a stage where there is enough senior people at the company who kind of know what they're doing on their own and can keep on kind of, I wouldn't want to diminish it, but it's not like doing it on autopilot, but kind of you know what you're doing. You just execute a strategy, and you are allowed enough creative freedom to make it your own, but at the same time it's not announced. It's not unknown territory when it comes to technology or tools or pipelines or whatever. So that's kind of where we are headed, hopefully soon, where some of those other senior people who may be looking for new challenges would look into new projects, new developments, something that's not just more of the same. I mean, we are doing new features every year,
Yeah,
but
with all the
maybe
updates and
one year you
everything,
do Windows that you can open, but that's forgotten quickly, and
people want
immediately
more
demand
and
more.
different.
And let's be honest, opening the Windows, it's not the no, it's not the best thing since sliced bread. It's
Yeah.
it's to be expected now.
Yeah.
But we are, looking into more exciting projects to bring into the universe of Euro Truck and American Truck. And who knows? Maybe this is going to happen finally this coming year.
But even with the DLCs, as you mentioned, like we always, and it's good to see that the teams are not getting, I don't want to say burnout or getting stereotyped, because like they always found a way how to bring something new for the game with every DLC. Like Patrick and Jakub told us about these new technology that they will be able to build up the depots. Every depot might be unique, or that it will not be the same model, different by the environment, but they will be able to
New
build
behaviors, new features. Yeah, well, all these guys are all game designers at heart. They just don't want to build something and go home. They want to build like new exciting stuff as gamers for gamers. So they keep coming and knocking on the door for programmers departments to do something for them. I wish we had more bandwidth, more capacity. A lot of time, way more than we may have hoped for, has been spent and is being spent still on the core of the technology, on bringing the engine internals to the new century, kind of, because in many ways the engine it's taking a lot of time, a lot of effort. But there is still some room left for interesting feature development. So hopefully in the coming year, people will see quite some cool stuff. I mean, this whole autumn was one crazy period of improvisation. Like people may see from the outside, may see like we do execute, we release this and release that, and we may talk here kind of confidently about how we managed to do this. But in reality, the fact that there is 1.48.5 update out there, which is kind of out of whack, is suggesting that something weird must have happened that wasn't planned. And indeed, by now we should have had the new engine core in place. Still don't, even for 1.49. We had a lot of like reorganization internally in the pipeline. So with all that, we have so much talent here, and spend so much care about stuff that we navigate these almost disasters mostly gracefully. I know that the modding community may have been, especially the map mods, may have been struggling a bit with our approach to 1.48.5. So many dots and so many numbers, many digits. But hopefully this is going to be cleared now again. There's a lot of work, and there's a lot of like speculative projects that may be wrapped up at particular time window or not. But ultimately, it's all flowing into the big river. All the streams are meeting, okay, and hopefully again next year things will fall in place with quite some interesting observable improvements in various areas.
True. So talking about the next year and the years to come after that as well in the future, in particular for American Truck Simulator, can we talk a little bit about what's coming? I mean, we've announced Nebraska, Arkansas. We touched a little bit with Patrick that their team is going to work on a neighbor state to Kansas as well, and there is not many options which one that is, right? So probably everyone knows. But I know that we have a lot of also vehicles in production plan for the upcoming months or years. And is there anything specific you're looking forward to, and you could tease a little bit?
Tease. I didn't come so well prepared for that, because some of these things may be under NDA or so. But generally speaking, we thanks to you guys, thanks to you and Oscar and other guys traveling the world this year a lot. We had such great traction with many manufacturers now. Such great partnerships, even friendships were established. People were visiting us in Prague. We have been visiting them in their places or meeting them at various industry events. And there is a lot of actually now acknowledgement that this game makes sense to showcase new stuff, to promote interesting technologies and stuff. So obviously the world is
switching from combustion engines to
possibly
electrifications,
doing something more eco-friendly, and there is a lot of questions about that. I mean, I'm not a part of the research team here at SCS, so maybe they have a better idea of what's the reality out there in the real world when it comes to not gas stations, but these charging stations for long haul. I think this in industry it will still be mostly like local deliveries. It will still be mostly you need to have some kind of safe place where you are sure you will be able to charge the vehicle overnight or in the middle of the shift or something, rather than speculating that you will be just stopping by somewhere.
Yeah.
Until there are huge truck stops at every corner,
like mega chargers
of some like huge capacity, and maybe a new plant like every few miles to power it all. Until this is a reality that we have to somehow simulate, then we kind of are just like playing guesses at what's happening. So we will be looking into implementing these vehicles because they are a novelty now. They are exciting at the same time. They may have really interesting properties when it comes to acceleration
and we are also
stuff like that.
Often asked by the manufacturers, right, if we can bring their latest addition.
And then we kind of have to explain that until we have enough of an industry to model, we would just be doing like experiments. So they may come in some ways and some roles, and maybe they're not that far off because I know that some work is already being done, both American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator. But we have to figure out how to plug them into the gameplay of the game when like a regular truck
I've seen
stop,
that, Mark.
a regular truck stop wouldn't have like chargers, and I guess continent-wide long haul is still not being done by, I don't know how Tesla trucks are doing. Is it really a thing already?
I don't know, maybe Mark, you know more about the electrification in trucks in the US? Or?
Yeah, so it seems to be mostly just I can only speak from what I've seen. Obviously, I'm not an industry insider as far as like electrification is concerned, but a lot of it is being done by like local or local P&D. So Lay's has bought a bunch of trucks, and they're just kind of doing local grocery store delivery. Same with PepsiCo and Coca-Cola.
But those are like the vans, right, or the rigid trucks, not the long hauls.
No, they're 53-foot trailers. Yep.
Okay. Oh.
They will be doing something like one hub and a few locations within like 100 miles, maybe something like that.
Yeah, these are kind of routes that really don't see them doing maybe more than like 200 or 300 kilometers, which is perfect for the range of the current range capabilities of the electric models on the market today, right?
So they are doing like city to city or regional stuff, or
yeah,
like city outskirt into the inner city, or
I think more deliveries. So like delivery to like local grocery stores, or even to just to the next distribution center, and then back to the terminal again for charging, right? Because they got to have those dedicated charging stations, and I believe one manufacturer right now it requires 8 hours to charge to 80%. So
that's quite a lot.
That time off has to be
overnight,
done at a station.
Overnight,
right?
Yeah, but we have to figure out how if we can plug this into the current, very much simplified, like economy model of the game, which is like you take any vehicle anywhere, any distance, and hope for the best in the long haul industry. But we will find something to be able to experiment with these vehicles, because when it comes to the game being a playground or playing field for a big toy box for race toys, it's cool toys to start experimenting with, to get comfortable with, and why not do it? So that's something on the horizon for sure, and not that far off. But the mass reality of switching to alternates to the normal fuels, it's still years of out there in the real world as well as in the game, I guess.
What do you think, Mark, about the electrification in general? Like you as a former real truck driver, do you think it's the US market and the truck drivers, do you think they are ready for that, or like they will be willing to accept that switch to it? Or
I don't think the infrastructure and the battery technology right now can support a major changeover away from fossil fuels. And especially in the US, it doesn't even really make too much sense because a lot of power plants in the US are still oil and coal powered, right? So you're just moving.
So the energy is not clean at the end of the day anyway, right?
Exactly. You're just moving it down the line, right?
Yeah.
So it's definitely it's not a simple issue, as simple as, is electric better or worse than diesel, right? I think they both have their place in the industry right now. But I think for a majority of trucking that requires the flexibility that a truck can move in any direction without having to wait for a very long charge period. So I think with current battery technology, or with the current way things are done where it has to be charged as opposed to maybe swapped out or something like that, I don't think it's viable for probably 75 to 85% of the trucking industry right now.
Which is quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's more than,
So you would have to have this critical mass to push the switch over, to have enough of the infrastructure built, to have the motivation to build it even, unless it's massively subsidized. But anyway, I think that's the same for regular cars. Ultimately, in the early stages, it's about enthusiasts, about people who believe in the right message for the protection of the environment. But what wins with the mass market is like the utility of being able to drive cleaner, better, charge. If you can charge in 10 minutes on a gas station, like on a charging station, and if you just to grab a coffee, and if you can drive 1,000 miles or kilometers, then you are where the regular fuels are, and then maybe the economy of not having to switch oil every couple thousand miles and not to. It's much cheaper. Electric engine is so fewer moving parts and all that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Then at one point the economy wins over. Even though, again, like for big trucks, I don't know how the battery is like 5 tons or something.
Yeah, I mean, last time in France at Solotrans, we were talking with one of the manufacturers doing the electric trucks, and they said it's like 4.5 tons.
So
but
you take this at the expense of the cargo weight.
Not really, because they said, which was quite interesting for us to hear, that at least here in Europe, the European Union, they raised the limits by 5 tons.
So they will allow
like
for the road
compensating
infrastructure to be damaged, because let's face it, that's the trouble in our country where trucks drive overweight. We don't have that many way stations. This is being abused. The press always mentions it that the trucks drive like over the weight limits by far. So of course the roads suffer and get damaged. And now it's official. Now you can do it.
Like that.
I was reading the
now
chat.
they gave you extra ton per every axle above where it was allowed before. Okay, so who knows? Maybe it makes sense. Maybe the limits were still set kind of safe, and a few tons here and there will not make a difference. But also, like in Europe, most things are kind of harmonized over time. In the US, I understand that so many states have different rules for how the distances of the axles and whatnot. You have these triple configurations or not, and we try in the game to reflect this. I'm not sure how successful we are, because it's a kind of against the simplified gameplay. In our game, it was so much simpler when you can pull any cargo anywhere. Now you have these, what is it, turnpike somethings, and
turnpike doubles.
Can I go there or not? And in the end, the game may turn into like traffic offense simulator that you always venture somewhere where it shouldn't. But it's interesting. It's something that maybe just people who want to play the game for the exploration and environment shouldn't be troubled with so much. And for people who really care, who really want to learn something about the job of a truck driver, then maybe these features should be optional or should be somehow not so obnoxious, but like people who enjoy them should find the enjoyment in them. we'll see. It's always so many moving pieces moving forward in also in the features of the game.
There's always something new that we would love to bring